Your Excellency, Dr. AbdulHussain Bin Ali Mirza, the President of the Sustainable Energy Authority for the Kingdom of Bahrain, distinguished Arthur Carmazzi, the world number one organizational culture thorough leader, and the distinguished outstanding speakers for the Bahrain International Leadership Conference. Welcome to the conference on its sixth edition. Uh, I would like also at this stage to welcome our audience who's joining us from all across the world, and a special welcome to those who have made it from different countries to join us as speakers. We have speakers from the United States, from Malaysia, we have speakers from UAE, we have speakers from Bahrain, we have speakers from India and Sweden and other, also New Zealand. So I would like at this stage to thank His Excellency, Dr. AbdulHussain Bin Ali Mirza, for being the host for the sixth time for the Bahrain International Leadership Conference, which is a conference which means a lot to all of us. This conference is focusing into the decision-maker strategies to overcome challenges in a different way, like we have the economic challenges, the environmental challenges, the energy challenges, and many other challenges. And in this particular conference, we're listening to the expertise where they are sharing their knowledge and their wisdom into how to overcome those challenges in a practical way. Uh, as we have noticed that the world is moving very fast and human being expectation is moving fast with it. And for that, we have to come up with the latest, let's say, strategies to overcome the challenges that the world is facing with a knowledge share thorough. Without further ado, at this stage, I would like to welcome our Master of Ceremony to introduce the speaker and His Excellency to start the conference. Our Master of Ceremony for today is Ms. Zainab Abdullah. I would like to hand over the control to her. Ms. Zainab, the control is passed to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid, for the introduction. At this stage, I would like to say firstly a wonderful good morning to one and all who is with us here today. Special good morning to His Excellency for being here with us today, and also the guest of honor and the keynote speakers. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you all and to introduce to you the patron of today's conference, which is His Excellency Dr. AbdulHussain Bin Ali Mirza. His Excellency is the President of Sustainable Energy Authority in the Kingdom of Bahrain and holds a PhD doctorate from a university in London in Management of Change. Prior to this, he has obtained several ministerial positions, such as Ministry of State, Chairman of Tender Board, Ministry of Cabinet Affairs, and Ministry of Oil and Gas, and has received several awards and recognition and represented various high-level committees. Dr. Abdel Hussein has also been very active in his voluntary contributions to the various community activities in Bahrain and have also served on many voluntary boards of social and professional societies. Now I wish to hand over the stage to His Excellency to present and shed some light in terms of today's conference. Your Excellency, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Zainab, and good morning. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, Mr. Khalid Al Qoud, Chairman of Prince Events Management, distinguished speakers and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you and welcome. I would like to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us here today at the Bahrain 6th International Leadership Conference entitled Sustainable Energy and Diversification of Energy Resources. And I also like to thank especially to all those that are attending the conference for the first time. I would like here to extend a special thanks to Mr. Khalid Al Qoud for his hard and dedicated work to make this conference possible. At the recent Climate Change Summit COP26 last month in Glasgow, it was highlighted that the damage costs of climate change are likely to be significant, and it will increase over time if no action is taken to combat it. Shifting the global economy onto renewable sources of energy is one of the key elements in combating climate change while improving quality of life. Today, I like to share with you what Kingdom of Bahrain is doing in this regard. For this purpose, I like to share with you some slides which I hope will be beneficial for this purpose. Maybe because this is called a Leadershift conference, I like to start by some quotes from the American author John Maxwell, who said the single biggest way to impact an organization is to focus on transformational leadership. There is almost no limit to the potential of an organization that recruits good people, raises them up as leaders, and continually develop them. Another definition of transformational leadership, there are many, but this is one. If your actions inspire people to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are a transformational leadership. So think of yourself. Do you do that? Another definition, the ability and willingness to make a leadership change that positively enhance organizational and personal growth. Now, these are some examples. They are not exhaustive. There are thousands more. These transformational leaders, of course, come from all walks of life, ages, gender, countries, religion, political views. They have changed the world. And if we sort of think today of some of the leaders we have met recently, for example, 2 days ago, His Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman visited Bahrain. Now he is a leadership person because he changed the way Saudi Arabia approaches things. You can see all these individuals, whether they are, regardless of the gender and regardless of the age and ethnicity, all of them had changed the way things people about life and about politics and about social conditions and about climate change and so on. Now, I think most of you know that the great management guru Peter Drucker said management must always anticipate the future. And I like this one by Causes and Posner. They say the domain of leaders is the future. The leader's unique legacy is the creation of valued institutions that survive over time. In fact, it is this quality of focusing on the future that most differentiates people who are seen as leaders from those who are not. It is something to which every leader needs to give more time and attention. And I always tell the people who work with me is that when we make decisions, we should not think of what is possible today. we should think what is possible in the future, and therefore you make the right decision. Now, in Bahrain, I like to talk about the energy leadership in Bahrain. Now, Bahrain, like most of the other GCC countries, was using fossil fuel, that is oil and gas in our case, and the fossil fuel is not friendly to the environment. So in May 2012, at that time, I was Minister of Energy in Bahrain, in charge of both oil and gas and electricity and water. And we were using fossil fuel because fossil fuel in those days was reasonably priced and it was available in the Gulf, so nobody thought of an alternative. So I wanted at that time in May 2012 to diversify the source of electricity generation in Bahrain from fossil fuel and try solar energy, which is a clean energy. And I tendered this out, and we got bids from many companies. One American company called Petrosolar won this bid to install 5 megawatt smart solar in Bahrain. Now, this was the first time in Bahrain that solar of this magnitude of 5 megawatt was going to be installed. And therefore, there was lots of resistance for this change and shift by people who were working for me. For example, I was in charge of electricity and water, and they were hesitant. They said, "You are going to connect this with our sort of government grid, which is using gas as a base, and this is a new source of energy, and it may interrupt the grid, and there will be blackout in Bahrain." They were trying to say that we shouldn't go for this. Bakko, who was also reporting to me, were concerned about the cost of this because fossil fuel was available and it was cheap. So why should we try something more expensive? However, with all this resistance and all this hesitation by many people, we went ahead and installed the 5 megawatt solar energy in Awali. And those of you who know, Awali is the oil town in Bahrain. You will see that all the car parks, sort of roofs, are solar panels, like you see in the picture. And we put it on light poles and on houses. And this was the first time, like I said, in Bahrain, that there was a shift from fossil fuel to clean energy. And because of this success, then many other ministries and authorities in Bahrain started to think about renewable, but each one of them was working in isolation, and there was no unified policy and targets in Bahrain for clean energy. So in December 2013, I raised a memo to the cabinet of the Kingdom of Bahrain to establish a dedicated center for renewable and energy efficiency with two main objectives. The first one, increase investment in and use of renewable. The other one was improve the energy efficiency. The cabinet approved the establishment of the Center for Renewable and Energy Efficiency, but at that time we did not have the caliber to establish the center. So in November 2014, we signed a memorandum of partnership with the United Nations Development Program to bring us expertise from all over the world that they work in, and we established the center. And initially, although the cabinet approved it to be SEC, Sustainable Energy Center, the Ministry of Finance, of course, were concerned about the cost of establishing a new center. So they said we should call it a unit. And if you prove that this is going to be useful for Bahrain, then we will upgrade it to center. So initially we called it SEU, Sustainable Energy Unit. Now, from 2014 to 2019, we managed to achieve a lot in this area. And therefore, in October 2019, His Majesty, the King of Bahrain, issued a royal decree and sent it to the cabinet. The royal decree says there shall be established a sustainable energy authority reporting to the cabinet. This is a big change, and it's upgrading the renewable energy, because the Sustainable Energy Authority does not report to any ministry. It's reporting to the cabinet direct. And also he issued another decree appointing me, because I was minister for 18 years, as president of this authority, with being the rank of a minister. Now, what does this mean? This means there is a big shift. In other words, few years back, it was no to renewable energy. Now, the leader of this country, His Majesty the King, and the cabinet are saying the future will be for this authority. In other words, for renewable energy. So the first thing we did was to establish national targets for all of Bahrain. So we suggested a national target of 6% improvement in efficiency by 2025. And for renewables, we suggested 5% by 2025, which is equivalent to 250 megawatt of clean energy starting from zero. And this to be increased to 710 megawatt. And when I presented this to the cabinet, certain authorities were sort of hesitant and said that this is not achievable. These targets are not achievable. And their reasoning was that there is no expertise in this area in Bahrain, and there is no factories or manufacturers in this area. There is no land, because solar energy, for example, requires large lands. So there were many reasons which they felt we will not be able to achieve these targets. Now, that's why I say, I showed you earlier, like Peter Drucker says, we must always anticipate the future. And we must think what is possible in the future. What was not possible then, only a few years ago, you will see now we are exceeding these targets. And His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has doubled these targets recently. So when we established these targets, the cabinet approved them in January 2017. To ensure we achieve these targets, we needed some action plans, detailed action plans with defined sort of accountability and responsibility for various areas to make sure we achieve these targets. So we asked the expertise in SEU at that time, Sustainable Energy Unit, to go and meet with all the ministries and authorities in Bahrain and collect what type of projects they are working on both in the area of renewable and in the area of efficiency. Once they collected this information, we asked them to add these experts from UNDP to add their own expertise to the plan and to use management best practices. And as a result, we prepared two national action plans. One of them is called National Renewable Energy Action Plan, and the other one, National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. And these two plans contain the projects and programs and policies that should be implemented in order to achieve the targets. Each one of these two plans is about 70 to 80 pages, and they are printed in hard copy and they are published on the website of SEA. So these are the roadmaps. Now, again, here, one thing which I like to highlight that this, because this is a plan which involves many ministries and many authorities, we wanted it to be a national plan, not an SEA plan, because had we kept it SEA plan, the other ministries would not have sort of considered it in their plans. So we presented it to the cabinet to make it a national plan. And the cabinet approved these. And the cabinet also, because so many ministries and authorities will be working on this, the cabinet established a national committee to be chaired by the president of the Sustainable Energy Authority, and I report directly to the cabinet through the EXCOM. And these are the members in this national committee. We called it IFC, Implementation Follow-up Committee, follow-up on the action plans. So the membership are from Prime Minister's Court, SEA, EWA, Ministry of Oil, Transport, Housing, Finance, Environment, Industry and Commerce, Works and Municipalities, and Economic Development Board. And we meet once every 2 months. And as you can see, this is one of the picture shows one of these meetings where all these people on the left are represented, and we assign roles to each one of them to action it from the action plan, national action plan. And some are, of course, SEA had to do it itself. And we make sure that these are carried out so that we can achieve the national targets. Now, because of this carefully structured way of handling this, we managed to achieve quite a lot in a short period of time. Now, I said the National Renewable Energy Action Plan is about 70 to 80 pages. Here, I have summarized it maybe in one page. The National Renewable Action Plan, as you know, is a target of 5% to 50 megawatt. This plan will also reduce the carbon emissions by 392,000 tons per year. And this is very important, as you will see later as I talk about the COP26. Now, this renewable plan contains three policies. The first one is called net metering. This enables individuals and consumers to install, say, solar, for example, on their premises, whether it is their houses or their factories or their buildings, and use that sort of electricity generated from renewable for their own consumption. And if they have excess of this clean energy, they can push it back to the national grid and get a credit in their invoice from EWA, the Electricity and Water Authority. Now, this required a major shift again because before we implemented this net metering 1st of January 2018. Before that, there is a law in Bahrain called the Electricity and Water Law of 1996, and that specified that the government only can produce sort of transmit and distribute electricity. In other words, only the government can produce and sell electricity, nobody else. So we had to ask for a change in that law to enable, as far as renewable is concerned, anybody to install, sort of produce electricity, and if they have excess, give it back to the grid and get a credit. In other words, they can sell back to the Electricity and Water Authority. The second policy is government building renewable rooftops. We have schools, hospitals, and ministries. These are all government owned buildings, and all of them have roofs which are not utilized. And because we wanted to make use of the space because of the land size in Bahrain, we had to be creative and innovative. So we said, these roofs, and we have 535 of these buildings, are not being used. So we will offer these roofs to the private sector to install solar on them and produce electricity and charge a tariff to the school or to the hospital or to the ministry, which is less than the government tariff. And I'll show you a real life example of this a little bit later. Number three policy was to make it mandatory in future that in new designs of houses or hotels or main buildings, there should be a certain percentage renewable. Also, the plan, the renewable plan, has 7 projects, as you can see here. For each one of the 7, we calculated how many megawatts we can produce of clean energy. And the total of these 7 should come to 250 megawatt, which you see at the top as 5%. So the first project is solar system for government buildings, 535 buildings. We calculated and we did a survey of the rooftops. We can produce 50 megawatt of clean energy. The second one is for Ministry of Housing because Bahrain is building new houses at the instruction of His Majesty the King. There are 40,000 houses to be built for the needy families in Bahrain. And as a result, there are new towns being built like Khalifa Town, Salman City, east of Head projects, east of Sitra housing, and so on. We agreed with His Excellency, the Minister of Housing, that he will allocate 1,200 of these new housing units in the future for solar. And also that in future, the new towns street lighting will be solar. Number 3, waste to energy. In Bahrain, we have 1.8 million tons of waste each year, made up of 4 types of waste, which is building materials waste, agriculture waste, industrial waste, and domestic waste. Out of the 1.8 million tons a year, 45% will be recycled. We worked on this with Ministry of Works, municipalities, and urban planning. And the other 55% we will convert to clean energy, which is about 60 megawatts. Number 4, industrial renewable energy initiatives. And all the companies like Babco, which we had 5 megawatt, Tatweer has 4, And you saw we inaugurated 1 megawatt for Batilco. They want to increase that to 8. And also, Alba announced 5 megawatt. We are working with all of them to use solar and renewable energy. Number 5, onshore, offshore wind farm. We commissioned a Danish company to prepare for us the first wind atlas in Bahrain. And this was ready, and we launched it on 1st April 2018. It shows where is enough uh, wind for wind turbines. Number 6, large scale solar farm available on available land. The government gave us 2 square kilometers of landfill, and we tendered this out to the private sector for to build 100 megawatt of solar energy and sell the electricity generated to EWA, and the cost is less than government cost. Number 7, renewable and infrastructure projects and public works. For example, on the bridges, as many of you know, there are 3 bridges connecting Manama to Muharraq. The 4th bridge is called Signature Bridge, and it will be built next year. We cooperated with Ministry of Works, and we designed the solar system for this bridge, and it will be the first bridge when it's built next year in Bahrain that uses solar. And also we are talking to Ministry of Transport on the new causeway linking Saudi Arabia to Bahrain, which is called King Hamad Causeway, 25 kilometers. We will be using solar and wind turbines. So these 7 projects, which you see here, are attracting lots of investors, and we receive investors from all over the world, from different countries, whether they are American, British, Chinese, Japanese, Indian, Gulf, etc. That was the Renewable Action Plan. And the net metering, as I explained, the way it works, you install solar on your building and it produces direct current, DC. So you use inverters, you convert it to AC, and you can use it for your electricity. Now, I said in the government buildings, we have schools and hospitals, etc. So we agreed with the Minister of Education to give us 8 of the schools as a pilot. We, SEA, tendered out the roof of these, the building of these 8 schools, and we asked the bidder that they should finance, build, own, and operate the solar system on the roof of the schools for 20 years and maintain it in return for a tariff which is less than government tariff. The government tariff for the school is 29 fils per kilowatt hour, as written in red here. And initially, the schools were reluctant because they said, you will not get less than 29 fils. Now, we tendered this out, and these are the actual tariffs we received. So the first developer said 21 fils instead of 29, the second one 19.8 fils, and the third one 23. So all of them are under 29 fils, and they are on average 30% less cost to the school in electricity, and without the school or Ministry of Education spending any money at all, because all the financing is done by the private sector. And all the tendering is done by SEA. So we prepare terms of reference, we prepare the power purchase agreement, we negotiate with the bidders, and we deal with tender board. So because of this success, of course, here in the picture, you see His Excellency signing the power purchase agreement because his cost is reduced by 30%. And now he has given us 20 more schools to do the same. And because of this success, we have now 26 ministries and authorities who have approached SEA to support them in tendering out the roof of their buildings. And you can see all the ministries are involved here. For example, if we take, let's take one, number 19, Rashid Equestrian Horse Racing. We have already commissioned the pilot project. And the others, the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, all of them, Ministry of Education, we are working to tender their sort of buildings. So you can see the shift from a time when all these ministries thought it's not possible. Now all of them want solar. Let's look at what has been achieved so far from the plan, which is 5%, which is 250 megawatt. I have listed here, these are actual projects. They are not estimates, they are actual real projects. And the total of these comes to 236 megawatt. They are approved projects, either have been implemented or will be implemented by 2025, in other words, in 4 years. They add up to 95% of the target. This is 4 years before the deadline of 2025. So we have 5% only remaining to be achieved. Now, remember when I presented the national targets, there were some authorities who said these are not achievable. Now we can see we can exceed these targets, and that's why His Highness, the Crown Prince Prime Minister, asked us to double these targets. That was the National Renewable Action Plan. Now we come to the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan, which I said the target is 6% improvement by 2025. There are, as you see on the slide, 22 initiatives or projects, and these will lead to a total reduction in carbon emissions of 3.4 million tons. And each one of these initiatives, SEA has calculated how much saving it makes in terms of energy, whether it is electricity or water, and what is the dollar value of that. So if we do all the 22, we will save the government $600 million a year after the capital being spent on any improvement. And the green indicates that the project has been completed or soon to be completed. You can see most of it is done. To give you some examples of the type of things here, let's look at number 2, minimum performance standards for lighting. We are now changing all the lighting in Bahrain to LED from tungsten, the old lighting, and this saves 70 to 80% of the consumption. Number 3, all the air conditioning, old ones, people used to buy cheap ACs, but the consumption was very high. So now Ministry of Industry and Commerce have banned the import of the old ACs. And all the new ACs have to be according to the new specifications, and they have to be labeled showing 7-star, 6-star, and so on, so that according to when a person buys an air conditioning, he knows how much he will save in electricity and power. Number 4, we are working with Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Tourism to label all the home appliances like the fridges, ovens, and dishwashers to have a label on them saying 7 stars, 6 stars. So when people buy it, they are conscious that they will save power. I come now to number 1, Green Building Initiative. This we worked with Ministry of Works and municipalities, and we engaged a consultant who prepared for us a green building code. And this green building code has been approved by the cabinet. And basically, it has 10 mandatory specifications. So if anybody wants to build a new building in Bahrain, he has to get a permission from the municipalities, and they will not give him this permission to build except if he complies with the 10 mandatory specifications. These include specifications for lighting that should be LED, for air conditioning, for insulation, for flooring, ceiling, etc., etc. Included in the Green Building Code are also 64 optional or voluntary specifications. For each one of them, we have calculated how much additional savings in energy it makes. So if somebody wants to build a new building, he will use the 10 specifications mandatory, and if he chooses some from the 64 optional, we calculate for him how much total savings he makes in power or energy, and we rank his building gold, silver, etc. Water conservation, we have a Water Resources Council, and for the first time, we have now a national strategy for water conservation. District cooling, we have 2 district cooling companies. One of them is called Tabreed, which is UAE company, and one of them is Veolia, which is French. And they provide district cooling services, and we have prepared the regulations to make it easier for people to use district cooling. And basically, the cabinet or the ministerial committee assigned the regulatory role for district cooling to Sustainable Energy Authority. Industry program, we met with all the major consumers in Bahrain of power, and we signed with them that they will save and participate with us in saving energy. 9, government building lighting is mandatory in Bahrain now, and for any ministry building, it has to be LED. Street lighting, we are converting all the street lighting to LED. We have about 70,000 poles, 400,000 lights on them. All of it is being converted to LED, and the next will be to go to solar. Government building energy management, we have ESCO companies, energy service companies. They do energy auditing. So we have used them with ASRI and many other ministries, and they show a saving of 20 to 30% in energy consumption. Green procurement, Ministry of Finance in Bahrain buys all the purchases of the government, and they are in the committee, IFC Implementation Follow-up Committee, which I chair. And we have agreed with them to prepare a green procurement guide, which means in future, all the government purchases will be hopefully environmentally friendly. Vehicle efficiency, we are working here with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Tourism. They have prepared the specifications for electric vehicles, and we are preparing now in SEA the strategy for electric vehicles, where the charging points will be, who will issue the license, what will be the tariff, and what happens if there are disputes, who will arrange, etc. So you can see from these 22 initiatives that all of them contribute to saving in the energy consumption in Bahrain. And like I said, in terms of dollars, 600 million. But what is the impact of this on the total electricity consumption total in Bahrain? It showed that there is a reduction in the electricity consumption. Now, I come to the Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, there are 17 goals. We deal with number 7 and 13. 7 is affordable clean energy, and 13 is climate action. And the first solar factory was integrated in January 2017, and it can produce up to 60,000 panels a year. Recently, we integrated the second solar factory, and it's larger, and it can produce up to 80,000 solar panels. Remember in the beginning when they said the targets cannot be achieved because you don't have factories, you don't have expertise. Now, this is the wind atlas and shows the territorial waters of Bahrain compared with the land mass, which is in the middle lower part. It is about 4 to 6 times the territorial water is larger than land. And now there are floating solars floating on the sea, which we can use. So we have more space. They said we don't have a space. And they said there are no expertise. So we did 7 training sessions free of charge for individuals. We brought consulting companies to train them and qualify them to become qualified solar installers. Total we trained was 434 individuals, 327 of them passed. So from zero, we have now 327 qualified solar installers in Bahrain. Recently, 2 months ago, on 24th of September, the United Nations held a high-level dialogue on energy, and they were sent to the leaders to attend this, and I was nominated to attend. So, and you can see John Kerry and UNDP and the British, the Indian, all of them participated. Now, it was under the auspices of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and he started by this. We must accelerate the energy transition by tripling investments for renewable energy and quadrupling the rate of energy efficiency improvement on the road towards net zero emission. Now that was, of course, shows you the trend. And now I like to talk about the international trend in the case of renewable energy. IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency, is the headquarter is in Abu Dhabi. And once a year they hold a general assembly, and Bahrain is a member of IRENA, and SEA represents the government. But in these General Assembly, you get indication of the developments in renewable. For example, the number of member states in IRENA has increased from 75 to 163 countries, with 20 countries waiting. Overwhelming consensus now, energy transition. So here you hear energy transition from the government, from the companies, from the consultants, from the banks. And investment in renewables reached 820 billion by 2020, and IRENA predicts that in the next 2 years only it will go to $2 trillion. and 50% of power generation installed in 2020 was solar, exceeding all other generation technologies. Green hydrogen is focused for many sectors, and we are working on that. Europe has increased their zero carbon targets for 2030 from 40 to 55%. And of course, they will have zero carbon by 2050. Investors and finance sectors are now, when they lend money, they put a clause to protect the environment. 137 countries have announced zero carbon emission target dates, including China, and in the last COP26, India by 2070. And for the first time in the history of the Gulf, UAE, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain have announced zero carbon emission targets. The USA have established a target of 100% clean energy by 2035 in their electricity network. Remember, USA is the mother of fossil fuels, so they talk about Texas crude, Texas Intermediate, you talk about shale oil, shale gas, and now they want 100% clean. Saudi Arabia, which has the second largest crude reserve in the world, they are wanting to achieve 50% of their electricity from solar and wind. These countries will ban gasoline and diesel in cars. Norway by 2025, only 4 years from now, because Norway has started earlier. Now, Norway is a fossil fuel country. Britain, Denmark, Holland, Ireland, Germany by 2030, and France by 2040, and Italy is considering by 2040. So that's why many companies now are going to electric cars. And there are 7 countries which have 100% target for renewable power. Iceland, Paraguay, and Costa Rica are already 100%. Norway is there. Austria, Brazil, Denmark, and I'm sure more countries will join later. And the reinsurance company Alliance announced that by 2050, they will not reinsure fossil fuel-based assets. Now, the power stations we built in the Gulf last 50 years. In 30 years, from now to 2050, this reinsurance company will not reinsure the assets. So if other reinsurance company joins this one, then we should change our thinking of what we do with the new power stations. And Norway, which has the largest sovereign fund, in March 2019, they diverted $1 trillion of their pension funds from investment in fossil fuel to renewable energy. Now, I like quickly to go over the COP26, which was held last month in Glasgow. Now, 200 countries participated, 120 leaders participated in that conference. And the conference was supposed to be 12 days to 12th of November, but because of the negotiation between the delegates, it was extended to 13th November. There was a global agreement to uphold the decisions of Paris COP21 of capping global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level. And this was the first conference which talks about reducing fossil fuel use in the future. And due to pressures from India and China, who have plenty of coal, which is fossil fuel also, the clause of phasing out coal was changed to phase down coal as a compromise. They reaffirmed the need for rich countries to deliver $100 billion per year funding to the poor and underdeveloped countries to reach sort of zero carbon emissions. And 100 countries agreed to curb methane emission by 30% by 2030. And this is the first time in the history that this has happened. And 100 countries agreed to end deforestation by 2030. For example, Brazil, which has the Amazon forest, 22% of that forest was sort of destroyed. So they want to stop that because trees absorb emissions. 10 agreed to make clean technologies the most affordable. So they want to have new technologies which makes it also affordable for all countries to use to reduce carbon emissions. Earlier, some 140 countries announced target for zero carbon emissions, mostly by 2050, some by 2060, and India by 2070. For the first time, like I said, UAE, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain have sort of zero carbon emission targets. And COP26, if nothing else, it heightened overall awareness of the need to reduce carbon emission and the need to increase renewable energy. Now, our Crown Prince, Prime Minister, His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, attended the COP26 and made these announcements. The first announcement was Bahrain commits to reach net zero by 2060. And then he announced interim targets by 2035. So the first one, Bahrain will reduce 30% in emission by 2035. Earlier, I showed you that our two plans, National Renewable Energy Action Plan and National Efficiency Action Plan, will reduce emissions. Also, he said Bahrain will double its renewable targets by 2035 and quadruple its mangrove coverage because mangrove absorbs CO2 and double its tree implantation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing with us your knowledge and also for a truly inspirational work in terms of creating this transformational change. Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker onto the stage, which is the guest of honor, Mr. Arthur Kamazi. Mr. Arthur is the developer of the Colored Brain Communication Inventory and HDMA Emotional Profiling tools, which was used for psycho-productivity management. He is a renowned motivational speaker, keynote speaker, and a trainer in the Asian region and has advanced corporate training with innovative techniques and tools that have been acknowledged by some of the world's greatest organizations. He is ranked as the #1 of the world's top 30 thought leaders in organizational culture and top 10 in leadership categories by global gurus. Mr. Arthur Kamazi has 25 years of experience specializing in psychological approaches to leadership and corporate culture transformation with an emphasis on work gamification strategies to achieve employee engagement and innovative high performance. And now I welcome Mr. Arthur Kamazi onto the stage.
Hello. Thank you for that introduction. All right. So, His Excellency, Dr. AbdulHussain has come up with some really amazing points that we can actually look at. Because think about it, okay? So you've got like this entire country and cabinet of all these people, and basically they don't want to change, right? So you've got, in 2012, when, he wanted to introduce solar power, I mean, think about it. Have you ever been a visionary? Have you ever known that you could really do something great, really do something amazing, do something that is going to take you to the next level or take your organization to the next level? And basically you get resistance. People don't listen to you. And what a lot of people say is that people resist change. And I don't actually agree with that. What they resist is what they believe is stupid stuff. See? And the thing is that when you as an individual, you as a leader, you as a potential leader have a vision, you can see something that other people don't. And it's because of your individual makeup. It's because of the individual history that you have. It's because of the interests that you have. It's because of the way that that things that motivate you. So taking the idea that we as individuals are unique and that the people that combine to create organizational cultures are unique, and that people don't always see the same thing that you see when you want to create massive change, well, then we've got to think of a different way to look at leadership, right? Because ultimately, getting people's buy-in, well, is not always necessary, but it's certainly going to make things faster and definitely much more efficient. So, for example, in the case of Bahrain and His Excellency Dr. AbdulHussain's vision, he made it happen. He pushed through. He made things happen. And ultimately, here's what happens. When people actually start to see that it's working, then suddenly, oh yeah, hey, let's join, right? But until you get to that point, see, you need to be able to get people to see the potential wins that they have immediately. You have to get people to feel involved in the idea of what is possible. Because when we're talking about renewable energy or even digital transformation in an organization, well, you have to deal with people who essentially don't get it, right? McKinsey has actually made a study. Organizations that attempt digital transformation in 2020, only 14% on average are successful. Why? Because the culture isn't ready. So let me kind of give you my short take on what a leader needs to do in order to essentially build a culture that is ready for change, that is getting people excited for change, that is ultimately going to make things happen so that everybody, well, at least most everybody, not everybody, because there's always those guys, right? Okay, but a lot of people are going to be excited and jump on even before you show the actual results by creating little tiny results that people can kind of get in and start seeing some real change, real value in the change so that they can kind of get more excited, come up with more innovations. Okay, so first of all, here's the thing. Okay, you have so many different leadership models. And all of these different leadership models ultimately can be really great for the right people. But what happens if you just don't fit into that leadership model? Have you ever gone to some kind of a leadership course? How many of you have done some, just give me like some kind of sign or something on the thing. If you've ever taken a leadership class, all right? If you've ever done some kind of a leadership class, go ahead and just send me some little things. Okay, awesome. Now, did you find that in some cases, the things that they teach you in the leadership class, you have to be like this, and you have to do this, and you have to do this, and all these things, it's like, wow, this is so cool. But then you go and try it, and it doesn't work. And like after about like 2-3 weeks, you just kind of start going back to the way it used to be because the things that were attempted didn't really fit. And see, this is essentially the rubber band effect. And why does that happen? Well, it happens when people try to change you. I mean, see, think about it. you as an individual, regardless of who you are, you have leadership possibilities, you have leadership tendencies, you have potential to be a great leader. The question is when, where, and how, right? Where are those things? And sometimes those elements of what you have already inside you, they need to be refined. But ultimately, you do have that. Now, the moment that somebody comes in and tries to kind of put something over it and makes you do something that is not really you, well, it doesn't really fit. And so therefore, you ultimately will go back to where you started. So let me ask you a question, okay? How many of you have tried something new that you thought was going to be really cool after taking some class or some training or something like that, and then you went back? How many of you have done that? Just give me kind of, okay, some little thumbs up kind of thing or something, okay? And so that basically means that what happens is that people, okay, need to be true to themselves, okay? And so because people need to be true to themselves, that means that you are in a situation where you have to find out who you are. You have to find and discover your ideal leadership identity. And because right now, most of the training and stuff out there is about trying to follow somebody else's leadership identity. That's why it doesn't work. So by creating a system, okay, to find your ideal self, your ideal leadership identity, not only are you going to be able to incorporate this within any organization that you're doing, not only are you going to be able to help other leaders develop their ideal leadership identity, but you're also going to be able to use this at home with your kids, with your family, with whoever, right? You're going to be able to use this with your friends. You're going to be able to innovate more. Why? Because you are being true to yourself. Okay, so how do we do this? Well, okay, there's a long, drawn out process to this. Okay, well, it's not really that long, but you can do it in an hour and a half. But I'm not going to give you the whole thing because I've only got like about 3 more minutes to go. So let me just give you one simple thing that you can do that I would recommend that is going to help you to really build your ideal leadership identity, okay? So first of all, if you got some paper, get it out really quick. Get some paper, get some paper, get some paper. Quick, quick, quick. Get a pen, get a pen, get a pen. Okay, now what I'd like you to do is I want you to write down the names of the people that you respect the most. The names of the people that you respect the most, okay? And because I'm kind of going to go through this quickly, so you might not get all of them down, but at least start the process, all right? So just kind of put some names of the people that you respect the most, all right? Now, okay, then the next step is I want you to identify what are the characteristics, what are the real characteristics that that these people have that you admire, the characteristics that these people have that you feel are something that is like, wow, and just kind of write it down next to their names. Their primary characteristics, what are what kind of actions do they take? What kind of attitudes do they have? What are the things that you admire about these people? Okay, so you kind of start doing that. Okay, I'm not going to go through, okay, so we got some limited time here. So now after you start doing that, okay, I want you to do one more thing, okay? I want you to add one more name to this list at the bottom of the list, okay? And no, it's not me, all right? So what I'd like you to do is write your name, okay? Write your name at the bottom of this list, okay? Now, when you write your name, I'd like you to think of different places, different times, different situations where basically, okay, people really appreciate the person that you are, where you have people saying, wow, that's amazing. I don't know how you do that. Or wow, that's one of your superpowers or something. So what is it that people respect and admire about you? And it could be at home with your kids. It could be with your family. It could be when you're totally under pressure and you got to get stuff done. It could be any kind of place. Write down the facts of what people say. What do people admire about you? Okay. And also just how do these things happen? What is it that these things ultimately come about? Okay. Now, Okay, we're doing this very quickly, so you're going to have a little bit more time to fill this page out. But here's what happens. See, everybody that you admire, every characteristic of other people that you admire, what happens is that that's part of you. Okay, you don't admire something that's not in you, right? You don't admire an attitude that is, well, not part of you, right? You can't say, oh, I want to be more like this person and not like or appreciate or have the attitude to be like that. The only thing that really gets in the way is the environment, okay? And, that's a talk for another day because my time is coming to an end. But what I'd like you to just think about is all of these things that you have written down, okay, is part of who you are as a leader. And then when you combine that, you understand, for example, your brain's genetic ambiguity relief process, how your brain gets clarity through, like, for example, the colored brain model. What are the things that motivate you? All of that stuff. Then you find out what are the barriers that are actually preventing you from being that ideal leader. And for that, well, that's all I got for you today. My 10 minutes are up. Okay, and I hope that you got something from it. I hope that you can go out and make things happen, make some change, okay? Build sustainability across your organization, get people to have the right attitudes, and, well, basically just be more awesome in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arthur. That was truly inspirational. Definitely did get a lot from you. Thank you very
Nice to see a smile on your face.
much. Thank you very much. Now, at this stage, I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Mr. Suhail AlGosaibi. Mr. Suhail is an award-winning serial entrepreneur. He's a consultant, a startup investor, a mentor, TEDx speaker, and an activist. He has worked and consulted in several industries, including petrochemicals, banking, real estate, and many more. Mr. AlGosaibi is the founder of Felek Consulting, a value-based, purpose-driven strategy and innovation strategy, and also the founder and chairman of Bahrain Foundation for Dialogue, where he is directed as the student of reconciliation and peace building and is passionate about promoting civil dialogue in the kingdom. At this stage, I would like to welcome Mr. Suhail AlGosaibi to present his part.
Thank you very much. The title of my talk is The Future of Leadership. I'd like to start by highlighting some of the technological trends that are changing and redefining how we live and work. First, robotic process automation, or RPA. RPA, also known as software robotics, uses automation technologies to mimic back-office tasks of human workers, such as extracting data, filling in forms, moving files, and so on. It is already widely used in and transforming the insurance, retail, and health industries. Second, artificial intelligence, or AI. We all know what AI is, and that it is permeating all aspects of our life. When we think of AI, we think of services such as Apple's Siri, Amazon's Alexa, IBM Watson, and autonomous vehicles. But did you know that these services are referred to as weak AI, also known as narrow AI? There's another type of AI known as strong AI. Strong AI is made up of artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence. Artificial general intelligence, or AGI, or just general artificial intelligence, is a theoretical form of AI where a machine would have an intelligence equal to humans. It would have a self-aware consciousness that can solve problems, learn, and plan for the future. Artificial superintelligence, ASI, also known as superintelligence, would surpass the intelligence and ability of the human brain. I believe we are only a few short years away from seeing strong AI in action. The third trend I'd like to highlight is quantum computing. Quantum computing is a rapidly emerging technology that harnesses the laws of quantum mechanics to solve problems too complex for classical computers. In 2019, Google's quantum computer did a calculation in less than 4 minutes that would have taken the world's most powerful computer 10,000 years to do. This quantum computer, according to Medium.com, is 158 million times faster than the world's fastest supercomputer. We literally cannot even imagine the implications the widespread use of this technology will have on our future. The fourth trend I'd like to highlight is extended reality, or XR. Extended reality, according to Wikipedia, is a term referring to all real and virtual combined environments and human-machine interactions generated by computer technology and wearables, where the X represents a variable for any current or future spatial technologies. So it would include things like what you've probably heard of as virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and mixed reality, MR. We already know that Facebook, or Meta, is betting its future on the metaverse, which will be some sort of shared virtual 3D world or worlds that are interactive, immersive, and in some way collaborative. The fifth trend is blockchain. Blockchain is not just the underlying infrastructure used in cryptocurrencies, but it's being used and transforming multiple industries, including healthcare, supply chain management, real estate, energy, trade finance, banking, real estate, retail, automobile, and many others. Of course, there are many other technological trends that we should be looking out for. And I haven't even touched upon the political, social, and economic trends that are emerging around us. What does all this mean for our future, and specifically the future of leadership? The future is almost too uncertain to plan for. How do you plan for a future when computers will be millions of times more powerful than today's supercomputers? How do you plan for a future where humans themselves may become redundant? In my view, one must adapt and promote two key ingredients: flexibility and adaptability. The organization, whether government, private or nonprofit, must never be set in its ways of doing things. It must constantly seek to improve and adapt. This must be embedded in the organization's culture. Indeed, in Felix culture, one of our guiding principles is constant and never-ending improvement. We are always looking to improve ourselves, and we're not afraid to disrupt ourselves. Moreover, the organization must ask itself regularly what its purpose is and what business it is in. Further, it must continually innovate and create, or at the very least, adopt the latest technologies that will help it fulfill its purpose. The future organization must seek out more partnerships and collaborations with players outside of its industry. I would like to see more collaboration between the private sector and academia, especially in our part of the world. Indeed, I'd like to see more collaboration between the private, public, and third sector or civil sector. Finally, the future organization must become a learning organization, one where its employees are constantly trained and retrained in order to maximize the chances of surviving and thriving in an uncertain future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suhail, for your knowledge, for sharing with us such an inspirational knowledge. And now at this stage, I would like to welcome Mr. Davidson Abishegam. Mr. Davidson is a founder and CEO of KCOM Academy, which is a learning and consulting firm. He is also an author, a trainer, business coach, and management consultant with 26 years of experience in the industry. He has conducted numerous speaking seminars and developed training programs for many corporations based on his years of experience in the training industry. Mr. Dave is a certified culture consultant with Directive Communication International and is dedicated to supporting organizations transform their culture to the highest level. He's an avid Liverpool fan with a great passion for music. Mr. Davidson lives in Kuala Lumpur with his family, 10 guitars, and also a piano. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Davidson Abishegam. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Zainab. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I'll begin by sharing some slides this morning. So give me some time to share these slides. Today, I would like to expand upon from what Arthur presented earlier on leadership identity, where a leader shift is concerned. I would like to share with you some new challenges that leaders are facing today. How do we lead given that we are now facing a situation that's unprecedented? We are constantly being bombarded with the need to change, to adapt, and to sustain. I see many companies scrambling to make this much needed change to thrive in this current climate. They do this by organizing numerous training programs, webinars, talks, conferences like this one, in order to tackle this predicament. Now, to me, this seems to be a very reactive approach. Reactive in a sense also known as firefighting, meaning when there's a fire, we tend to then put it out. But even with all these programs and initiatives, employees are still leaving companies in masses, a phenomenon known as the Great Resignation, as you may have heard. Now, while there's nothing wrong with these initiatives, these training initiatives or learning initiatives, but if this were a reactive approach, then I guess the big question is, where should we really begin? Is there a right place to begin? Should we have begun with a different approach? Now, here's what I would like to show you today, or show all of us today. A good first move would be to take a step back, to basically evaluate or carefully evaluate and audit ourselves and the company and our leaders. And then finally, after evaluating and auditing ourselves to see where we are, we finally respond to it, both in a strategic way and a very intelligent manner as well. So here are some evaluative questions that you might want to ask yourselves. Some of them seem basic, but let's go through some of these questions. Number one, where am I right now? What's our current position or situation or predicament that's facing our organization? Where do I want to go? Our goals, our aspirations, and vision and objectives. What resources do I currently have or don't have, for that matter? What's currently working and what's not working, and why not? What needs to change, essentially, in terms of what do we need to bring in or even discard, for that matter, to ensure that we have a solid, unshakable foundation? Do I have the right culture is one of the questions we should be asking to have these changes happen effectively. And if the answer to that question is yes, how do you know that? Do you have the right tools to help you measure this that will give you an honest and realistic view of your current situation? Now, if fundamental changes are required in your organization, are you the right person or the right leader for this shift? Now, today we have a great lineup of speakers that are going to talk to you about leadership. And I'm positive that with their collective knowledge and experience, you are going to gain a tremendous wealth of insights and information from all of them. But today I want to talk to you a little bit about something very fundamental, but yet something that will ensure the sustainability of your organization. And the question is, as leaders, how do you show up? And it's a rhetorical question, but I'd like to share something with you that happened in my organization just last year. Now, during the pandemic last year, when it all started, just like most companies, we were also in a dilemma. And part of what we did was I rebranded my company. And my team and I began by defining what our values were, just like most companies would do. So we started, however, with what we didn't want to be known for. And from there, we derived what was important to us. That is what we wanted to be known for instead. And for that to happen, we needed to understand who we were at the very core of our being. We realized that who we are as leaders and as a company had to be aligned with who we were as people. It was also imperative that the people that we lead shared the same values as we did. The people that were currently here, the people that we were going to hire. Now, you can tell from this exercise that authenticity turned up as one of our core values. Some of the other core values that surfaced were empathy and compassion, integrity, excellence, and servitude. That is, serving fully with our knowledge, with our presence, and with our offerings. Now, the value of servitude and excellence reminds me of a biblical parable called the widow's offering. Some of you may have heard of this before. And the moral of this story was that it was not about how much you give, but rather about the significance of your action. So, for example, if you had $1 million, but you gave away $1,000 versus you had, say, $10,000 and you gave away $1,000. Now, which would be, in this case, more significant? Now, obviously, the second example will have greater significance. And my point here is when we decide to be in service, we need to serve wholeheartedly. As leaders, it is within our power to determine the path, the experience, the attitude and behavior of our people and the organization as a whole. And in essence, this is basically determining our culture or our corporate culture. We have the responsibility to not just ourselves, but to our people, to our nation, and to God, to ensure that what we do and who we impact is towards the betterment of humankind. Now, having said that, let's delve a little deeper into just what culture is. A quick definition, but accurate, I believe, is culture is often known as the way we do things around here. Now, the thing about culture is it is not merely something that is written on a company profile or something that's plastered all over our company walls. It is an underlying system, as was also mentioned earlier, by the corporations or organizations that operate it. This system is shaped by the beliefs and behaviors and values of the people collectively in that organization. A lot of the times, people don't even know why they do things the way they do. This is just accepted as the norm. It doesn't even get questioned. And even if it does, rest assured that the collective dynamics of the group often overpowers the curiosity of one person. It is so powerful that any newcomers joining you will eventually get compelled to follow suit or risk being an outcast amongst this majority of others in your company. Let me illustrate this with a very short clip or short video that I'm sure many of you have heard of or you have seen before. Let's watch this very quickly together. It's called the 5 Monkeys Experiment. You must have heard this. me share this one more time, this time with audio.
A group of scientists placed 5 monkeys in a cage and in the middle a ladder with bananas on top. Every time a monkey went up the ladder, the scientists soaked the rest of the monkeys with cold water. After a while, every time a monkey went up the ladder, the others beat up the one on the ladder. After some time, no monkey dared go up the ladder, regardless of the temptation. Scientists then decided to substitute one of the monkeys. The first thing this new monkey did was go up the ladder. Immediately, the other monkeys beat him up. After several beatings, the new member learned not to climb the ladder, even though he never knew why. A second monkey was substituted, and the same occurred. The first monkey participated on the beating for the second monkey. The replacements repeated until what was left was a group of 5 monkeys that, even though never received a cold shower, continued to beat up any monkey who attempted to climb the ladder. If you asked the new group of monkeys why the beatings took place, the answer would probably be,
"Well, I don't know. That's just how things are done around here."
Now that is corporate culture. Humans are primates that learn behavior from observing and mimicking other people. No matter what rules and processes that the company puts in place, what people learn is what they see other people do. And they will do that even if they don't know how or why that behavior started. It's just the way things are done around here. So what does this mean for you as a leader and how you show up? Because your influence over other people can be either positive or negative based on your leadership style. Both effective and ineffective leadership will influence and build and create this corporate culture. As leaders, we need to be more deliberate in creating a culture where employees can thrive. Failing to build this strong culture is detrimental to the organization and to the employees. And let's not forget the bottom line as a result. However, there are also many myths about culture and leadership. And today I would just like to very quickly dismiss 3 of such myths. There are many more. Today I will talk about 3. Number 1, culture is only about how people interact with each other. Now, this is false. Yes, it's good when people can just get along with each other. However, culture entails much more than that. It takes into the account unspoken behavioral norms as well, like things like beliefs and clarity and commitment and purpose. And all these outcomes are big in building a company's organizational culture. And as a leader, you can shape that. Number 2, a company's culture should organically develop. This is again false, because culture is rooted in the everyday values and interactions experienced in your organization. This means that without intentionally laying a foundation of good principles, the wrong type of culture will cultivate. And finally, leaders cannot rebuild company culture. This is again false, because a broken culture can be a byproduct of poor leadership. Therefore, strong leadership can repair and rebuild this culture. We need more modern leaders who can better connect with employees for the common purpose of building this supportive culture. I believe everyone here today are leaders. So let's ask ourselves these 3 questions. Number 1, are we the leaders the world needs right now? As leaders, are we doing what is needed to move humanity forward? And finally, as leaders, is the culture we influence aligned with the values that we claim to have? These are reflective questions, and you don't have to answer them right now. However, I would strongly urge you to go back, ponder, and seek the right answers. And if needed, find the right support to help you get those answers. Our values as leaders will greatly influence the culture that we create. That is why it is important that we dig deep into who we are and how we show up so that we can lead from our authentic selves and make that much needed leadership. Now, I'd love to hear more from you. So to contact me or to be in touch with my social media accounts, you may want to scan this code, or you could visit this link by typing it out in your browser. I would love to be in touch with all of you. Thank you very much. My name is Davidson Abishegam, and I'm a culture transformation specialist. Thank you. Back to you, Zainab.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davidson, for sharing with us your truly inspirational and insightful presentation. And now at this stage, I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Claire Cosgrove. Dr. Claire is an international consultant and environmental scientist and educator. She was formerly a professor of environmental sciences in the College of Engineering at AMA International University in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and was a research scientist based in the USA at the University of Virginia, Charlottesville, and at Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta. Dr. Cosgrove has worked in several countries, and her research work has covered air pollution, weather modification, cloud seeding, rainfall modeling, and simulation in flood forecasting, to name just a few areas of interest. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Claire to present her topic on Renewable Energy 101.
Thank you, Ms. Zainab. I appreciate that wonderful introduction. And good morning to everyone. Before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge our traditional custodians of the land, our rivers, our air, our resources, both in my own country, New Zealand, Aotearoa, and in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Without our traditional, our heritage custodians, we wouldn't have the land, the environment in which we are presently living. So we must be very grateful. Likewise, I would like to show my respect to all our guests here and trust that you're all gleaning lots of valuable gems from each of the speakers and presenters. Let me see if I can get my show underway. I should have made that smaller. I've lost it. I have forgotten my expertise from last time. And I have just lost my window. Sorry, Zainab. Can you hear me? There we go. Let me try this one again and see if I can get the right thing. We'll cancel that. And can I reduce that? And now we'll do this right. I apologize, people.
Not a problem at all, Dr. Claire.
There. As was announced, I will talk about renewable energy, but from a global perspective, just give you a little bit of insight that might help our understanding of why we're trying to move from this fossil fuel into renewables. Let me proceed and delight you. This would have been the first image any one of us would have seen taken from space viewing Earth. This was taken on a NASA Apollo 17 mission as the astronauts were flying to the moon. This was in 1972. This was the very first image, the blue marble, our planet Earth. And if you look up at the top, you'll see the Arabian Peninsula and the Red Sea, the Horn of Africa, and so on. This is where we live, and this is what we are wanting to protect. But shock and horror, there's always a bad story to be told. We are presently pumping pollutants, global warming pollutants, at a rate of 150 million tons a day, every 24 hours into our atmosphere. Not good. What's this about global warming? Now, I realize these images are perhaps going too fast for you to read it all. But basically, the sun is sending out its UV radiation to the earth. We absorb it. The earth warms up. We need that. Otherwise, it would be a cold planet. Too much energy. Some's reflected back as infrared, as heat. Some of it goes back into space, but the atmosphere holds some of that infrared. Now, what's happening? We're pumping all that global warming pollutants into the atmosphere, and it's getting trapped by that atmosphere. And as we increase that CO2 emissions in the atmosphere, our Earth keeps warming. That global warming leads to all those climate change effects. We're not going down that route. That just sets the basic physics. What's causing all this global warming? Predominantly man, humans, with our burning of fossil fuels. This image, very busy, gives lots of greenhouse gas sources. Coal mining, coal-fired power plants, burning fossil fuels, oil production. We've got industrial industry, agricultural industry. We've got transportation on the roads, in the air, on the sea, landfill. And we've got natural occurrences as well. Forest fires. A lot of pollutants, a lot of carbon released. The melting of permafrost in the Arctic Circle. These are just some of the sources of our greenhouse gases. But the prime pollutant is the burning of the fossil fuels. And as you can see from this chart, from the 1850s, that was the Industrial Revolution, coming along to the pre-war years, the Great Wars, World War I, World War II, and from then on, we've got a steep climb of carbon emissions because of burning fossil fuel. That's a cause. Just to remind you, the concern is the temperature rise. And by the temperature, we're looking at the global surface temperature. That zero line is the long-term global mean. What's below means the global surface temperature is less than the long-term average surface temperature. Go over to the right in the red area. That's from the 1980s onwards. Our global surface temperature has been increasing, and we have already peaked beyond 1 degree increment, 1 degree centigrade. And this is continuing to proceed. But there is some good news. Not everything are horror stories. We have some solutions at hand. Let's have a quick look at the wind energy. It doesn't matter whether the turbines are on land or offshore. We're still utilizing the wind as a source. The green energy in 2000 was projected to reach 30 gigawatts by 2010. By 2019, the goals had been exceeded by a long shot, and we had increased our wind capacity by a factor of 22. What does that mean? Instead of 30 gigawatts, 300 megawatts here on the chart, we are now producing over 660,000 megawatts, or 666 gigawatts of energy. Great success. That means globally, we can actually generate from wind enough electricity to meet human consumption 40 times over, far in excess. Let's look at solar energy. Two main routes to go. Photovoltaic cells, where the incoming solar radiation splits the atom, releases electrons from the atoms, generates electricity. Or we can go to concentrated thermal solar energy, where we trap the actual heat. We use the heat for heating and cooling, or we use the heat to create steam and generate electricity. We've got the physical means of harnessing wind energy and solar energy. Success rate. Solar market, energy market should grow by 1 gigabyte per year by 2010. By 2010, we had exceeded this market a 17-fold, and by 2019, we have exceeded it by 121-fold. That's a massive amount. Some of the reasons why solar cells are so effective and we're able to generate so much energy now, the price has come way down. In 1976, it was costing $80 US dollars per watt. In 2019, it's costing 25 cents per watt. This has wonderful transferable benefits, especially for the less developed regions of the world. They don't need to develop an infrastructure or a utility system for generating electricity. They can have panels on their grass huts and get the energy that they need to modernize and move forward in their lifestyle. This is in South Sudan. Another benefit is the storage capacity that is becoming available. By 2016, we only had the capacity to store 30 gigawatts of electricity. Yet it is projected by 2040, we will be able to store in batteries over 900 gigawatts of electricity. We're not at the 200 gigawatts as yet. That will be around 2028. Our storage capacity is improving exponentially as well. We are going to be able to capture renewable energy by wind and by solar, store it and utilize it. This is extremely encouraging, very positive. It is more than viable to move away from electricity generation through fossil fuel usage and use our renewable resources. It's absolutely staggering when you think there is enough solar energy that if we could capture solar energy for 1 hour and store it, we would have enough energy to run the planet for a whole year. Technology is constantly improving and far quicker than we ever anticipated. Therefore, we have the solutions. We can move from fossil fuels. We can embrace renewable. We can provide energy across the globe that will have great benefits for the less developed, underdeveloped regions. Their standard of living can be increased. So to summarize, if we want to continue living on the planet, if we want to continue our lease for living on the planet and want it renewed, our energy will have to be renewable. If we want to continue on this blue planet, our energy usage must be sustainable. And the evidence is that renewable resources like wind and solar are very doable. They're not the only renewable. There are other options. There's lots of new technology coming out, so we can be extremely hopeful, and we will be able to continue to enjoy living on our blue planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claire, for sharing with us your presentation and also your knowledge with us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Ms. Cecilia Carlsward. Ms. Cecilia is an executive coach, a keynote speaker, and a founding partner at Violet Hill & Co., where they help their clients get going with their sustainable journey by implementing, accelerating, and incubating a sustainable mindset. Having had the opportunity to lead big organizations of talented people has made Ms. Cecilia see the incredible effects of an inclusive and empowering leadership, which has enabled her to deliver measurable financial and operational results in previous roles as a CEO. This achievement put her on the top 30 list of future female leaders of Sweden in the year 2017 and 2018. Ms. Cecilia, the floor is now yours. Oh, Ms. Cecilia, I think we can't hear you. Not yet. I think you can refresh your browser for it to work again. I think that will be able to. Okay, so I think there was a bit of a technical issue. So until Miss Cecilia comes back, I will.
Does it work now? Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay. Lovely. Apologize for the technical disruption. So I'm going to share with you a short slide deck. And I think that my presentation actually comes beautifully after Dr. Claire's very inspirational talk. So I think I will be continuing on her presentation. I'm just going to see if we can. This was a little bit tricky. This is not going very well. I'm trying to just use my deck. But it's not showing anything. No, okay. That one is not working. I apologize for that, but I'm going to talk you through this anyway. So bear with me. So we are actually just going to start very quickly to talk about something that you all probably know about, which is called the Great Acceleration. It's the world population growth over the last 10,000 years, which during the past 300 years have risen up to 7.8 billion people. And we're continuing to accelerate the growth of our world population. So the effect of that, how the world is growing, gives us mega socioeconomic trends. Our GDP is rising, the primary energy use is rising, the water use, the paper production, and so on, as well as the Earth system trends, which is the carbon dioxides, the methane, and ultimately the surface temperatures, all connected to the global growth of our population. But really, the global warming is not something that we found out in the modern time. This is actually something that was discovered at the end of the 1850s by a fantastic scientific woman called Newton Foote. So she did early experimentations about in closed cylinders, when we add sun and we mix in gases with humid air, what kind of effects that we would get. So her discovery showed that by adding carbon dioxide as a gas to our atmosphere, we would have an increase in temperature as well as a long-lasting effect. She was probably the earliest scientist who brought this into our science of today. But the one who really was the founder of the greenhouse gas effect was actually a Swedish gentleman named Svante Arrhenius, who contemplated that it's actually the burning of the fossil fuel in our combustion engines that will increase the level of CO2, and by doubling of our carbon dioxides in the atmosphere, by the end of the 18th century, we will actually look at a global warming increase of 4 to 5 degrees. As Claire showed, there is a constant, or there's an absolute link between the rise of concentration of carbon dioxides and the rise of the global temperatures. We can also, however, see some changes when we go through economic crisis, like depressions, the end of the World War, the end of the oil crisis, or the Wall Street crash, as well as the current time we're in the COVID time. So we do see small decreases of the concentration of carbon dioxide, but that very, very quickly jumps back into post-crisis levels. It is now time for society, governments, and the corporate world to embed sustainability into the core strategies. We have fantastic examples of big multinational companies as well as small, medium enterprises that take responsibility that goes beyond serving communities and philanthropy, embedding it into our business model, our processes, and our policies. When we look at research and surveys from the world's largest and foremost thought leaders, we see a rise of sustainability climbing the agenda of our companies. It is now top 3, and it's keep on rising. But what we also see is that the change is not going to happen unless we get everyone on board within our organization, that we can get out to all the corners of our organizations through leadership, underpinned by culture and values. We need to invite everyone, get everyone on board to make the change required. And this is not an easy task. Here is, I think, where this conference comes to the center. How do we execute on that leadership? I think today we'll listen to a lot of thought leaders, their ideas for tapping into culture, tapping into human capital as a resource for change and as an accelerator to drive our work towards a more sustainable tomorrow. So the evolution of business value in relationship to ESG hasn't always looked what it is today. So we come from an economic model where value was distributed only to shareholders. We entered into a phase of shared value where our businesses were looking for win-win initiatives where businesses would thrive and yet deliver positive impact on environmental society. But today we need to push further. It's not enough with shared value anymore. It's not enough to being the least bad among our peers. We need to thrive as businesses. We need to find new ways to create value, to deliver environmental, social, and financial success in a systemic value delivery. That is the future. So to give you a methodology, something to hold on to in this change management work that you have in front of you. Some of you, or I hope many of you, have heard about lean management. It was created by the Toyota company, which has revolutionized the industrial manufacturing industry, which today is also well adapted in a broad variety of sectors, such as IT, finance, etc. Lean management is ultimately a relentless and continuous work to eliminate waste from manufacturing or production processes, waste that serves no value to our customers. By using lean methodology and lean theories, this could serve as a fantastic vehicle for your companies to embed sustainability into your own organizations, to all levels of your organizations. So sustainability is not the work for the senior executives or your sustainability leads or experts. It's a work for everyone. And the core idea of lean sustainability is instead that relentless work on eliminating negative impact on environment and society from your own operations and processes. Negative impact that destroys value to all stakeholders and not only to your shareholders. But I think what is really the missing piece when we talk about sustainability strategies, I think that some of you have tapped into the need to understand where you are today. So we need to start by giving ourselves, and the whole organizations, in fact, once again, not only the senior management's insights about our ESG performance of today. We can do that through various frameworks, such as Future Fit Business, the SASB framework, or the Global Reporting Initiatives. It gives you a snapshot of your current profile and performance. We then need to envision a future that is better, a future that delivers that systemic value that we talked about earlier. We need to find a common purpose, define our why, create cross-functional incentives to engage our organizations. The Sustainable Development Goals can serve as great drivers for that change. But what is really fundamental and center of that change management is the impact. The impact is created within your organization through your culture. It's that impact that we as leaders must facilitate. It's not about leading how we do it. It's about inviting, being transparent, being engaging, and distribution of power and authority to make everyone accountable and invited to take part. It's that impact process that I think is missing in a lot of companies. We have our strategy sorted out. We know where we are, we know where we're going. But how do we invite everyone, and how do we make sure that that impact is created? As a matter of fact, if we look at European research, 80% of all our employees wants to contribute to positive sustainable impact at work. So sustainability is probably one of the only subjects that moves between our private lives and our professional lives. We talk about sustainability at home, maybe during dinner with family and friends, and we go to work hoping to be invited and included in the work to make our company a more responsible and resilient company of the world tomorrow. So 80% is an outrageously untapped opportunities that a lot of companies are missing out on. There's a lot of great opportunity to accelerate your own change program and make your employees the change makers that you need to be successful. And in order to facilitate that kind of change, there is a very different type of leadership that we will need today. Because leadership theories was actually created before 1970s. And they're still being taught at the leading universities around the world. So theories that was created from a world that looks very different than what the world looks today is still what we're telling the younger generations to adapt to and to execute on. So in my experience, in my view, the leadership that we need to foster is an individual type of leadership. We're trying to do customizations and bespoke solutions for our clients. It is time that we do that for our own people. Can we give it to them? Your people know what they want. The second point is that we need to have inclusivity. We talked a lot about it. We need to invite everyone. And it's really that inclusivity that opens up a company's potential. Vitality comes on third place. We need to make sure that we are healthy organizations that focus on well-being, life balance, in order to make sure that everyone goes to work and perform to the highest of their possibility. And we also, with all of that, flexible working, the changes of workspace, also comes accountability. We all need to take accountability and responsibility for the work that has to be done. Leaders are on the top of that change and need to walk the talk and show that they are taking themselves accountable and that they're delegating the same responsibilities to their organizations for everyone to become accountable. And last, I believe that we need a brave and human leadership. We need to bring humanity back into leadership, into organizational performance, because organizations doesn't exist of policies or processes. Organizations exist because we have amazing people who we employ and who we create value to, and who in return create value to us and to the world outside. I'm very sorry I couldn't share my deck with you today, but this is the essence of what I wanted to also show you today. And with that, I say thank you, and I hand over back to Zainab. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cecilia, for your presentation. Although you were not able to share the slides, it was still very insightful. Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker onto the stage, Mr. Mohamed Akali. Mr. Mohamed is a leadership and an organization development consultant with over 25 years of human resource management and leadership experience in the United Kingdom, the Middle East, and Africa. Mr. Akali has worked with numerous multinational companies and universities in countries such as Asia, the Caribbean, Africa, Arabian Gulf, and the United Kingdom. He has previously held positions in companies such as Saudi Aramco, Gulf Airlines, Alpha Training and Development Consultant, UK, and many more. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Mohamed Akali onto the stage. The floor is now yours.
Hello?
We can hear you nice and clear, Mr.
Hello?
Mohamed.
Okay, yes. Okay, thanks. I'm sorry about that. Hello, good morning, everybody. Hello? Hello, good morning, everybody. Hello?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mohamed. You may continue. We can hear you nice and clear.
Okay.
But unfortunately, your PowerPoint is not up yet.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Mohamed, unfortunately, the slides aren't up yet.
Okay, let me see.
Would you like us to move on? Okay, perfect. I can see it now.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and put up your slides.
It's not coming up. Sorry about this.
I think you will have to close the windows for you to be able to see the slides.
I did.
Well, in that case, I think there's a bit of a technical difficulty here. I think we will bring up the next speaker, and then you can go in right after.
Okay.
With that.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, apologies everyone for the inconvenience in terms of technical
Sorry about that.
difficulties. Okay, so I think I will welcome the next speaker onto the stage until Mr. Mohamed Akali will be able to present his part. So our next speaker is Mr. Adam Roosevelt. Mr. Adam is the CEO of AR International Consulting, which is a global advisory firm specializing in the global use of dual-use technology, cybersecurity, intelligence, and compliance. Mr. Roosevelt is a frequent guest on international media outlets and has served as a senior executive advising Silicon Valley U.S. Department of Defense and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security on advanced technology integration in support of U.S. national security. He also has a career background in the public and private sector, advising 17 critical infrastructure sectors. Mr. Adam Roosevelt, the stage is now yours.
Okay, let me know if you can hear me okay.
We can hear you perfectly clear.
Fantastic. I'm just going to go ahead and connect my headphones and you should be able to hear me just clear. Okay, so I'll go ahead and present. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. Khalid Al Qoud and also His Excellency Dr. AbdulHussain Bin Ali Mirza. It's been a really big pleasure to be around the globe, to be here with the colleagues here today and the folks who have just recently presented, sharing their thoughts, what they've seen with the international community, their careers. And I just want to say it's a big honor of mine to join the stage here and present some of the background and experience that I have in terms of the international work that I do. Just give me 1 second and I will share my screen. Okay, give me 1 second. Let's see here. Click to unlock. Okay. All right. Share. Click here. You probably can you see the screen? I think it wants me to restart the browser. It's saying here. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do it from the actual desktop. Okay, can everybody see the presentation? And you can hear me loud and clear, just to confirm?
Yes, we can, and yes, we can see your slides. You may continue.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you again. My name is Adam Roosevelt. As mentioned, I'm the CEO of AR International Consulting. I also hold a variety of positions in different countries, as well as Dubai, Tokyo, and a few other countries. But to focus on the topic today, I want to talk about renewable and sustainable energy and what we've seen around the world in terms of advising governments, helping with sustainability plans. Actually, I'm here in South America right now in Colombia, doing the same thing to help their economy and their planning elements. Without further ado, I'll go ahead and start. The agenda today is fairly simple. I'm just going to go quickly through about me, the renewable energy sources and challenges that we've seen, sustainable energy sources from agri-waste, advanced technology and co-product creation, and then we can end it there. And if there's any questions, you can email me separately. Oh, so the first thing I want to say that sustainable energy is both related to economic as well as national security. Okay. All right, so our firm is a consultancy. As explained, we support 17 critical infrastructures, one of which is the energy elements as well within the United States, the United Arab Emirates, Tokyo, and South America. And we're advising not just the government, but also the political leaders who are planning to lead from a presidential level, as well as the congressional level, and as well as the municipalities who lead their communities in terms of energy planning, the 20-year out, in terms of seeing how they're going to be able to capture energy, use that energy to build infrastructure, and really propel them into the 21st century to make them more competitive. We were founded back in 2015. We've consulted over 150 clients. We've got a team of about 45 people. We've been engaged in about 8 large sustainability projects. We've got over 250 clients. We've advised over 112 government clients as well, African Union, and throughout. And again, our headquarters is in the United States as well as the United Arab Emirates. Okay, so our corporate goals, I think things that are very important for corporations to look at as they plan to be more sustainable or advising organizations is what is their corporate climate? What is their corporate goals in terms of driving change? You know, in terms of sustainability, we focused on reducing the carbon footprint. And how do we go about reducing the carbon footprint? You know, there's a lot of different ways to do that. There's organizations that will deploy in-house programs essentially through corporate social responsibility. There's technology adoption, but in terms of our corporate goals, we advise and we also leverage our own philosophies to reduce carbon footprint. Our second corporate goal, which is very important, is to advise on modularity. There's a lot of complexities in the market in terms of policies, programs, technologies, and we just want to make sure that these adoption strategies aren't overly complex, because again, we are always focused on the advancement of technology and policies and keeping up with, say, the United Nations sustainability goals, but we've got to be capable and ready to integrate technology to meet the growing demands of the market and the industry. The next big corporate goal that we have is regulatory compliance. As a person who's been very involved in policy and legislation around the world, regulatory compliance is a very big competing challenge with technology advancements. So we're very focused on making sure that our corporate goals align with, one, reducing regulatory impacts, as well as making sure that clients around the world understand them and can influence those regulatory changes that are coming down the pipeline as we try to, one, protect the environment, two, drive goals and align them so that we can capture a return on investment as we go toward the sustainability future. And then the last goal would be to reinvest the ROI back into social impact. So all of you are familiar with the carbon credits, the money that's made. We advise clients to reinvest that money and effectively use that to continue to drive change, which we believe our corporate goals align with our philosophy to drive change around the world. So here I am, 12 years military, foreign relations experience, a political operator. I did run for office. I represented 80,000 people in the United States, 7+ nations all around the world. I've got my master's in cybersecurity policy and worked a lot in the political elements. I've held over 215 speeches around the world, Russia, United Kingdom, United States, Dubai, and more locations. And again, my big number one focus is motivation and change to drive the global economy towards sustainability. So I want to talk about renewable energy lightly here, but I'll first begin my statement by saying renewable but not without challenges. So we obviously have a lot of challenges that we are facing as global players in our own respected industries, but we've got a lot of challenges currently with renewable energy. So you're all familiar with solar energy, geothermal energy, wind energy, biomass from plants, hydropower from flowing water. These are all the typical renewable energy focused conversations that are happening today that has built the infrastructure in the United States as well as around the world. Okay, so the challenges that we've discovered as we began to engage the market around the globe is, particularly within renewable energy space, is the availability of power. You know, solar powered electricity is generated only when the sun is out, for example. Once the sun goes down, that source of energy is no longer accessible only in the capacity of which it's been stored. The same thing with wind. Wind is not as reliable in terms of consistency. So if you have a day where there is low wind speeds, you're not able to capture that energy. One problem that we've seen, which is called the availability of power. The next one is power quality issues. We've seen a lot of power quality issues in South America, around the world. You know, these issues continue to be very difficult to overcome. So we're looking at consistency. We're looking at the ability to modernize technology and effectively continue to deliver a very modern technology infrastructure that is reliable. The next thing that I think is very important when we talk about resources, renewable energy, essentially is the location of these resources. We know continents like Africa has a lot of resources. We know continents throughout the world that is very strong and rich, particularly within the oil and gas industry. They're very prominent locations that effectively are resource strong. And then there's locations that are not so resource strong in terms of natural resources. So resource location is another challenge. The next thing we'll say is the cost issue. We've seen a lot of challenges, particularly with cost around the world, standing up infrastructure to prepare ourselves to be more sustainable. So again, these issues combined represent an aggregated challenge within the renewable energy space. So now we're focusing on sustainable energy solutions, which in our world, we see a lot of activity, particularly within the agriculture space. One of the big topics I think today from the takeaway you'll get is how do we develop agriculture resources predominantly for energy production in a sustainable manner? And I'll go through a few things that will provide some in-depth analysis of that. So one thing that has been very important, especially in the United States, especially in South America and around the world, is the agriculture energy space and how we can leverage waste and produce what we call co-products from waste streams. You know, I'll just go over this really quick. Why agriculture, why energy is tied together is because we're looking for new ways to leverage, you know, products that are waste driven to produce a co-product, which could be a co-product of biogas or biofuels. It can also produce other co-products as well, and I'll get into that. But let me just kind of go through this really quickly. The mass of animal waste is forecasted to increase 40% to 5 billion tons globally by 2030. With 80% of farms in the Netherlands, for example, already producing more cow feces than they can legally use as fertilizer today. And right now in China, they're resorting to drastic measures to try to reduce the amount of manure being discharged into rivers, and governments are recognizing this as a major environmental and health challenge that they're trying to solve. And continuing on this fact, poultry, cows, and pigs are the farm animals most responsible for pollution, for example. Livestock production occupies 70% of land used for agriculture and 30% of the planet's land surface. I'm not sure if you all knew those facts, but they're very important in terms of how we're going to align leveraging our waste, one, to meet our sustainability goals defined by the United Nations, and then effectively producing sources of energy from the waste. You know, so it is responsible for 18% of the, livestock production occupies 70% of all land used for agriculture and 30% of the planet's land surface. It is responsible for 18% of the world's greenhouse emissions as measured in CO2 equivalents. It's also generating 64% of ammonia, and which contributes to acid rain and acidification. A big issue that we've been trying to solve for a while, working also, as mentioned by His Excellency earlier, in Glasgow. So a lot of ties to Scotland, and there's a lot of activity from the agriculture space. We've been working with them to effectively solve some of these issues. Continuing on. So the drivers for change in terms of conversion of agri-waste into energy and additional co-products, again, animal waste. We've seen a lot of different reasons why folks are looking at focusing on change, and one of which we say, which is pretty important, is we've seen an increased retailer and consumer demand. We've seen a growing public concern about the environment and also health and human concerns in terms of impact waste. How are we going to handle our waste for the next 20, 40, 50 years? We've got landfills. We've got some in the United States, Mount Trashmore, for example, and we're having issues with pretty much managing the waste, converting it into something that is good for the environment or can be used to promote what we would say an economy of energy and so forth. Now, governments are promoting measures to move toward what's called a zero waste economy. Everyone can participate in that no matter where you are around the world. They're also now pushing out incentives, which you may all have seen recently. There's been a lot of activities in terms of carbon credits and carbon trading. Friends of mine have just purchased land for the purpose of not cutting down trees, and the government is actually paying them specifically for their activity in conserving and protecting land space, for example. Also in the United Kingdom, the UK government and the European Union have pushed out directives which began to introduce legal and financial incentives, as I mentioned just recently, for diverting waste away from landfill. We've seen a lot of legislation around the world, for example, pollution prevention and control regulations in 2000, affecting large pig and poultry farms, for example. So waste reduction provides the greatest overall benefits, reducing financial and environmental cost. And then reusing that waste can have significant financial and environmental benefits, as we discussed. And energy recovery to export to gas and electricity grid is very important in terms of what these governments are trying to accomplish. Okay, so there was a topic on the agenda that was out, and it was in regards to technology. There's a lot of technology being leveraged right now in terms of pilot programs, or whether research and development is trying to meet industry demands. And one technologies that I wanted to talk about quickly today is called an advanced anaerobic digestate. It leverages what's called a thermal desorption technique. And the thermal desorption is like an environmental remediation technology that utilizes heat to increase the volatility of contaminants such that they can be removed from the solid matrix. What this essentially means for corporations in the agriculture space is that they're deploying technology that effectively can digest these wastes, effectively remove contaminants, and then push out a co-product which has been pretty much engineered to be a biofuel. It can be a fertilizer and so forth, and all of which the technology has been designed to meet United Nations sustainability goals, you know, the carbon neutral footprint. So for example, the co-products, you know, high quality organic fertilizers, you know, also the production of clean water. These are all the things that are being talked about around the world. So it's not just the focus of energy and sustainability, it's also looking at how we can aggregate the conversation of energy to also produce other co-products that drive economic opportunities for a government, for a nation, and for trading partners. So energy as a commodity, co-products as a commodity increases effectively the GDP footprint. So we look at a variety of different ways of not just driving energy sustainability, but also looking at ways to increase GDP opportunities along the way. And we believe that leveraging these new advanced technologies will help meet the United Nations sustainability goals, as well as drive change globally around the world. Okay, let me see what we got. Okay, and now here we are. And again, I just will rehab on the reduced carbon footprint. There's a potential to significantly reduce the carbon emissions associated with management of high solid content waste. So that's a very big conversation happening around the world. Another thing too, with these advanced technologies, we're reducing maintenance costs, we're reducing man hours around the world, and then transportation savings as well, because we don't have to move the waste and effluent anymore, because now we're processing the waste on site and effectively reducing the need to have to move waste across the country or to a location. And that also impacts the carbon footprint as well. Now, intelligent automation. This is very important because we're looking at enhancing value through artificial intelligence, equipped with our technology to digest and process waste in the parallel. And that information actually rolls up into the United Nations reports. So all that big data analytics, all that information that you're seeing, United Nations meeting their milestones, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, these are metrics that are being captured with technology so that we effectively can say we're meeting our milestones as leaders of our countries, as corporate leaders of our organizations, to effectively drive change and to be accountable in the process as we drive sustainability goals around the world. But again, by using technology, which digests waste to create clean energy, these are the type of things that we need to continue as corporates and government executives to drive change around the world and effectively push our nations in this global competition to, one, be someone that we can effectively look at as a model of execution. So not every country has caught up to advanced technology. Not every country is meeting their goals for sustainability. Not every country is energy sufficient. So we're trying to make sure we build pilots and models of execution that countries and corporates can adopt to effectively drive change and have a reference point around the world. So again, this is an example of the technology in terms of concept that's being leveraged around the world. Now, as we talked about waste and co-product value creation, as you can see here on the diagram, from the farm, which is the farm waste being processed, the waste on the farm, using the anaerobic digesters, these two co-products, for example, exist. As you see biofuel, for example, how does that drive value creation around the world? For one, transportation. In the United States, more than 30% of our energy is consumed in the US for vehicle transportation. That's gas. Now we'll have an opportunity to have alternatives effectively to drive that market as well as we move away from certain energy sources. Energy generation. One thing that's important to understand about biofuel is that it can be used to generate power in backup systems, schools, facilities, construction sites. So again, energy, sustainability, looking at waste to have alternative energy. Looking at co-product number two, again, as we compare and contrast the energy industry with other industries to generate commodities, we also can produce fertilizer as well. So the importance of this is we're still giving back to the environment. We're able to leverage the co-product. We're able to acquire new alternative energy. We're also able to do fertilizers as well. So we have plant growth, and we're always focused on value-driven solutions to effectively meet our objectives. Okay. Now, the question that's always important to corporates and governments are steps towards sustainability development by 2030. We know that we're all focused on this fast race in terms of meeting the sustainability goals by 2030. Some nations will cross the finish line, some nations will not, but it is advised to leverage multiple phases to effectively accomplish these objectives. So for one, we always focus on the policy adoption. We ask all the governments and corporates to recognize the urgency of 2030 agenda and seize the momentum as we continue to drive change. Number two, we look at planning implementation. We have to be able to set up clear goals in terms of implementing our strategies, having mechanisms in place for accountability, and then aligning those mechanisms to the national level policies that have been driven. And His Excellency spoke about a lot of that earlier today in his presentation. So it aligns with exactly what the governments are doing worldwide. And the third thing we say is very important is the funding. Without the money slides, in terms of the money bags, it's impossible to accomplish these objectives. So we have to be able to say as a government, as a corporate, that we've allocated appropriate funds for sustainable development goals. Number four, one thing that's highly important is not to just have a plan, but it's to communicate that plan around the world. So communicating the new agenda and the sustainability goals within the national elements, the corporate elements, the subnational levels, as well as the local and municipalities. And lastly, we push for participation and accountability. Governments must set benchmarks, as you all know, to track progress toward these sustainability goals and develop mechanisms for third-party actors to, one, take part in this trajectory of change. And this is very critical. So we advise In order for us as a collective community and coalition to move towards sustainability, whether it be energy or other elements, these are the phases that effectively create the mechanisms to move forward from a policy and implementation perspective. And the last thing coming to closing is a quote by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. We share the last name, which is quite nice. One thing I thought that he mentioned that was very in line with the future of development, sustainability-wise, is a nation that destroys its soil, destroys itself. The soil is the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people. And that was from our president here in the United States, and this was long ago. So it really aligns with even today, as we've made so much progress as a nation, as a country, and as a coalition partner with all of you. And again, we look forward to working with you all. We really appreciate your time today, and thank you for allowing us to contribute to the change and the work that we're going to do together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adam, for sharing with us your presentation and the work that you've done into creating such a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now I would like to re-welcome Mr. Mohamed Akali onto the stage to present his topic in terms of today's conference. Mr. Mohamed Akali, the floor is now yours. Right, wonderful. You can see
Thank you.
and hear you.
Thank you. Good morning once again, everybody. Hello, good morning.
You may go ahead, Mr. Mohamed.
Yes. Am I sharing?
Yes, we can see
Okay.
the PowerPoint.
Okay.
I think we're still having technical difficulty, Mr. Mohamed, as your camera just went off. Okay. Okay, yeah, there is, I think, still a difficulty from Mr. Mohamed Akali's side, but the PowerPoint is still up.
Okay. Yes. Hello, good morning.
Unfortunately, the microphone keeps on muting itself. I can't hear you right now.
Hello.
Hello? Hi, Ms. Mohammed, we can hear you, we can see you, but unfortunately, the microphone keeps on going off after every few seconds.
Hello.
Hello, yes?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yes. Good morning, everybody, and I'm very sorry about that. Okay.
No
This is my
problem
first
at all.
time using Earmate, but Alhamdulillah, it's working now. My name is Mohamed Akale. I've been in the oil and gas industry for the past 14 years before leaving Saudi Aramco. So it's amazing. Next slide. Yes, it's amazing that things are moving actually from the oil and gas industry, like Saudi Aramco, Babco, they are moving, and the government of those countries are really helping out. Next slide. Facts. The facts are the move to net zero. Unquestionably, the biggest story over the next few years will be how the growth path to green energy develops. The world is moving away from oil and gas due to climate change. Increasing interest in renewable and alternative energies will lead to reduced demand for oil and gas. I believe oil and gas is a dying industry. Severe climate change will have an impact on the future of the energy. Next, please. And I'm very impressed with our rulers, Sheikh Ahmed in Bahrain and also the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. They actually put in effort and energy and money into this renewable energy. Because if there's no money, you cannot make any changes. For example, a quote from the Saudi His Highness, Royal Highness and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud said the Saudi and the Middle East green initiatives are only a start. The kingdom, the region, and the world need to go much further and faster in combating climate change. Beginning this journey to a greener future has not been easy, but we are not avoiding tough choices. We reject the false choice between preserving the economy and protecting the environment. That's from His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Yes, to achieve the ambition drive for renewable energy, we have to change our mindset. We have to change the new business model. When I was in Saudi Aramco had a few years back, they've been working on called Aramco Transformation Program. You need to move because there's something saying in management, I think some of my colleagues will know this, called paradigm shift. When paradigm shift, everything goes back to zero. If you don't move, you will lose out. So we as a company or organization must change our mindset. The new business model will be for the new era of rapid changes, we will have to, next one, thank you. We have to move. For example, the first thing is that if you understand the technology now, then it's obsolete. Can you guys see this? Does any of you know this guy, this item? This is Nokia. This was number one a few years back. And now we have the latest iPhone. So if you don't move, you will lose out. Below, it said it's not the strongest nor most intelligent of the species that survive. It is only the most adaptable to change, by Charles Darwin. That means if we don't move and change, we will lose out. Next slide, please. So we have to shift from management into leadership. Forget about the role. As Warren said, failing organizations are usually over-managed and under-led. I'm sorry I keep on using Saudi Aramco because that was the last big corporation I worked for lastly. And as you know, Aramco is one of the best in class in energy industry. And for them to be putting a lot of money and resources, Babco is doing the same thing. You have to develop your leaders. Development. Because there's no point having a strategy if you cannot lead. When I was in my previous job, the management and the team, they work together. Not leading from the top, but actually getting involved. It's a point learning the theory, but you have to apply it. That's when the rubber hits the road. That is why my previous company is still number one in that particular class. So we need new managers or new leaders. Next slide, please. So effective leadership will demonstrate some personal characteristics. One of the key speakers said, it's not by giving instruction, you have to be part of it. By example, lead by example. People have to run with the goal. If they're not happy with it, they will not move. Now things are changing. The new generation want you to motivate them and include them in your decision making. Then you set directions, you build organization capabilities and mobilize individual commitments. Commitments, you don't force it on people. People have to commit to what you're trying to do. They have to buy in. I keep on using my previous job because that was my experience before coming starting my own business. In Aramco, everybody is involved from top down and bottom up. And every time there's a development, everybody sit down and discuss it. That is why the company is moving. Nowadays, we have a change management. It's no point having leaders just giving instruction. It's no more time for bosses. You have to be a proper manager. By leading, you will be involving everybody. When you do this, then your customer result is very good, company result is very good, employee result is very good, and also investor result. I can remember when I was in Aramco, we keep on changing structures. When things change, you have to change the structures. We renew the structures very often to accommodate for the new changes in the environment. Next slide, please. Sustaining corporate growth, main source. When you're making changes, you have to move with speed. As I've said before, where is Nokia today? Apple. But if Apple don't continue renovating and changing, they will also go the same story of Nokia. They're still there, but they're not number one anymore. So basically, when you're making changes, any new strategy, you have to be moving with speed, have differentiating strategy. And I always believe that in the company, have your own consultancy on board, internal consultancy. Even when you have an external consultant, they work together with the internal consultant, they can move the company forward. Because they have to know the culture, they have to know the way things are working in that kind of environment. Okay? Next slide, please. On this slide, I said fast thinking, fast decision making, fast to market, and sustain the speed. If you cannot sustain the speed, you'll be out of it. Okay, next slide, please. On corporate innovation system, leadership and management, people, process, all these have to work together. And also there's a metric to make sure everything is working. Because if one part is not working, it will affect the other system. Next slide, please. The sixth component of sustainable innovation to help us with this renewable energy will be visionary strategy for innovation, culture supporting innovation, process, and then the main thing is the people. You see, the top management, cross-functioning, empowering employees, and driving innovations. Next slide, please. The main focus now is knowledge management. Winning corporations for the new economy. You have to continue developing and renewing your employees. In my previous job, from the first line managers to the top management, all developing, coaching, learning, and also teaching the employees. You have to spend money on development and coaching. Next slide, please. So how we succeed, I give you just for a takeaway, is 8-step process of creating major changes is the wake-up call. Now we know the figures is that we have to move Because what's happening in the West, everywhere will affect us. You hear the wake-up call, establish a sense of urgency, creating the guideline, develop vision, communicate the change. Because when we make changes, we carry everybody along. Empowered, broad-based action, generate short wins. You have to actually share the hanging fruits. The hanging fruit is very important, so people don't get tired halfway. Then anchor the new approach into the culture, and you go, it's a circle. You go on and on and on. Basically, we need to carry our people along. And again, one slide more on coaching. Corporate. Next one, please. We, as organization, must... Okay, thank you. We must establish a coaching organization whereby everybody learns from the top to the bottom and bottom up. And if we don't do this, no point having a strategy and people are not there. We don't have effective and efficient leaders to lead your new strategy. I would like to conclude by saying that what industry needs today is not bosses, but leaders. And leader, again, is not a position. And let's have in mind that the seed of the future lie in the present. So let us all work together for this renewable energy, for me and for our next generation. Thank you very much. Thank you. And once again, sorry about what happened.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohamed Akale. Truly inspirational talk and presentation as well. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker onto the stage, which is Mr. Dave Ganesh. Mr. Dave is the founder, a developer, and creator of Meraki Science of Transformation, which is primarily a human capital development program. He is an internationally certified and accredited directive communication psychology trainer, accredited by the American Institute of Business Psychology. For the past 16 years, he has held senior management positions and have provided extensive corporate consultation in the niche area of strategic corporate and business development, strategic sales, and marketing, and also a lot more than that. And now at this point, I would like to welcome Mr. Dave onto the stage. The floor is now yours. Unfortunately, Mr. Dave, we're not able to see or hear you.
I'm here. All right. Extremely sorry. The camera issue again. Thank you very much, Zaina, for the kind introduction. Am I audible? Is it clear?
You are perfectly loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Some part of the world, it's in the morning. Some part of the morning of the world, it's in the afternoon. So it's good day to everyone. Let me start off by sharing the slide, and we can move on. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Let me get the slides. Give me a moment. Let me get this. All right. Good day again. We are at the International Leadership Conference. My name is Ganesh Ramachandran. I'm commonly known as Dave Ganesh. Thank you all for being here this morning and afternoon. All right. This is who I am. A little run through of my qualifications. As what Zainab had kindly introduced I have my bachelor's of law degree from Australia. I'd worked in corporate sector. Now I'm a trainer, consultant, and I do a lot of consulting, corporate communications, and corporate strategy. All right, I've developed Meraki Science of Transformation on my own. I'm the developer designer of the program. It's primarily a human capital development program that focuses on developing people, and the main concentration of this is the development and cultivation of the thought process, emotional orientation, and propelling result-driven action, which I'll explain later as we go on, as that is the foundation of today's keynote speech. I'll be delivering the speech on, my take today on new age leadership, that is building resilient human capital post-pandemic. See, the times that we are at this moment in day and time age, we are facing unprecedented challenges in terms of health and safety. We have not seen these in modern ages, maybe in the last 80 years. And this incident that's occurring the last 2 years since 2020, it's something that we as human are getting used to. And because due to the new norms that we are facing, we must understand and realize and appreciate the fact that a lot of people have lost employment across the world. The people have taken salary cut. Business people, businessmen, business persons have closed down the businesses that they have been running for years, in fact, decades. And some are family-owned business over generation. Some have downsized their businesses. The revenues have been affected. So all these are major challenges that humans are facing, right from the ones who are salary wage earners right up to the employers are facing an unprecedented challenge. Yeah. So for this, we need right leadership to bring us all out of this quagmire, if I can say that correctly. And leadership acumen and quality and skill is something that is going to bring us out from this kind of a situation, unprecedented situation that you are facing. So without further ado, I'll take you a step by step. Leadership. What is leadership? Many have given their what you call the definition of leadership, which is amply available in the public domain. If you can Google it up, you'll see everybody is giving their own version of it. Yeah, I've picked it up one or two just to highlight for the purposes of this presentation. Once it has been stated, the leadership is the art of motivating a group of people to act towards achieving a common goal. Yes, that's correct. In a business setting, this can mean directing workers and colleagues with a strategy to meet the company's needs. Yes, that's correct too. Leadership captures the essentials of being able to and prepared to inspire others. Very true indeed. The acumen and skill to inspire others to achieve a particular goal, a particular result, the end result, and how you do it without confrontation is the leadership in you. So the particular definition that is close to my heart in leadership is one that was well described by the 34th US president, if I'm not mistaken, 34th, I trust, is Dwight Eisenhower, who stated that leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because he wants to do it. So it's basically an art of getting someone else to do something that you want, and the person also wants to do it. So there's no duress, there's no forcing. Okay, that's an art by itself. So what is human capital? Since we are talking about building resilient human capital, again, many definitions are out there. One that actually captured my eye is that human capital refers to economic value of a worker's experience, skills, and education. I could say the education, experience, and skills. Okay, human capital is the assets, education, training, intelligence, skill, health, and others that employers value, such as loyalty, punctuality. Okay, that in the perception of an employer that the employer gives. That's human capital. So primarily, I think we can agree that it is the workers' experience, skills, and education. That is the human capital that they bring to an employment or to an organization. So what is this new age leadership that I'm talking about today to all of you? Is the change that we need to make in today's world, especially with the coronavirus, the COVID-19 incidents, whether with or without it, this time has come. The leadership changes from its foundational and technical types of leadership. What are the qualities of a good leader? All that is well said and done. Everybody is aware of it. But there is deeper thoughts ought to be given. So today's new age leadership is a shift in the underlying leadership strategies and focus. What must a leader look at? What must he concentrate and focus on in his employees or his people under him that he's trying to motivate, okay, to give a desired outcome? So this is done through the development, cultivation, and augmentation of the mind. When I say mind, I talk about mental, I talk about psychology, I'm talking about the thought process, okay? Development, cultivation, augmentation of the mind, the emotions, and the actions of your downline that the leaders are trying to achieve, helping to develop and cultivate human potential and capability. That is where true and real leadership quality and acumen is achieved. If a leader is able to actually elicit and is able to develop and cultivate, first of all, a leader must be able to identify the strength of his downline, of his employee, of his people that he is commanding, or rather, that's not the word, commanding, the people that he's leading, I think that's a correct word, people that he's working with, that's even a better word, okay, people that he's leading, he must be able to identify their strength, and then develop on the strength, cultivate. And what do you develop and cultivate? You got to develop the thought process, you got to develop the emotions, and develop them in such a way that they take result driven action, not merely action, but result driven action. This is where true leadership acumen and quality and skills are seen. So the three cardinal features of my training programs, Meraki Science of Transformation, where we basically optimize the whole idea of Meraki Science of Transformation that I've created is to optimize human capital, their potential and capability. Remember, each one of us have different potential and capability. None of us are same in our strength, in our exposure, in our experience, in our education. Maybe we are same, but life's experience gives a lots of difference in the end result of who we become. So we all are different in many ways. Therefore, we all need to be built upon on the same premise, that is the mind, emotion, and actions that we take. All right, these are the cardinal features of us. If a leader is able to tap into the mind, emotions, and actions of an individual or the people that is leading in order to bring it in congruence. When I say congruence, what I mean is that the thought process, the emotions, and the action that a person is taking must be in congruence, must be aligned together. All right, if the mind is targeted toward a particular goal, the emotions are elsewhere, the passions are elsewhere, and the action that the person is taking is totally in a different horizon. Do you think the person will be able to achieve the desired outcome? Definitely not, unless it is by fluke of luck or by chance. In fact, near impossibility. Impossible. So therefore, in the mind, we have to go through, we must understand there are methodologies, there are strategies, there are processes involved in which we can align an individual's thought process so that he is steadfast, that is strongly rooted in a particular desired outcome. You must understand the emotions of a human being is stronger than the mind. Emotions can influence the mind. Therefore, we must identify what is the emotional drive of a person before giving him a particular assignment or job. If his emotions or his passions, we can say it on a general perspective, is on something else, then putting him on a job that he's not interested, that will not be good leadership practice. So getting a pool of people who have the same passion towards a particular assignment, a job, or project will see through that the end result is met efficiently. So now we need to identify the thought process. If the person's thought process or those who you're leading are not well developed or cultivated to the extent that you want it to be, there are processes that you can take in order to lead them towards a very strongly rooted thought process or mind, if I may say. You can orientate their emotions towards the desired outcome, and you can teach and train them to take result-driven action. So you might be looking at this Venn diagram that is on the screen now. What is it all about? When a person works, when a person is taking activity and action, and his mind is on the job, it's on the task that he's doing, he or she is doing. Emotionally, he or she is attracted to that or is passionate about the job, but the actions are not there. The actions are not result driven. That person, he or she, is taking some other actions which are not in congruence to the mind and emotion orientation. Then the result will definitely be the opposite. You will not be able to get at least 100% outcome. It will, maybe the outcome, the person would have met the outcome or achieved the outcome maybe 60%. So it's not on full potential. So the person will be working on mere commitment when the mind and emotions are there, but the actions are somewhere else. He or she is just doing the job on the basis of commitment. Whereas another thing, emotions and action, the person has emotionally attached towards the job. He is passionate about it, but his mind is elsewhere. Maybe it's at home, maybe there's problems, it's elsewhere. He's taking the right actions. Again, he's working on mere feelings. The mental constituents is not there, it's elsewhere. Daydreaming, some other issues and all that. That's where leadership comes. You see, leadership, a proper leader will be able to identify that the person is not there mentally or psychologically. He's physically there. He loves to do the job. Yes, we know this is what he wanted to do, but today or this time, he's mentally is elsewhere. His thought process is elsewhere. So at that point of time, leaders should have the skill, the aptitude, and the acumen to apply the right strategy to bring back that person. Because remember, you have good employees. They all are good. It is the leadership that must have the skill to bring them back if they go off the track, so to speak. So when you have emotion and actions, but the mind is not there, you're working merely on the plane of feelings. I give an example when the mind and emotions are in congruence, but the emotions are not there. An example, a classic, I would like to give examples for everything, but because time constraint, I'll just pick this one. It'll be easier, something that you can resonate with. An employee who doesn't like his employer, an employee who hates going to work, but he gets up at 8 o'clock, he clocks at 9 o'clock, he does his job till 5 o'clock, at 5 o'clock he clocks out. He hates the job, maybe he's not appreciated he feels, maybe he's not well taken care, maybe it's been long time since he got increment or promotion, maybe he thinks he's been sidelined, whatever reason, but he hates the job. Maybe he doesn't like the boss, whatever reason it might be, but he doesn't like the job. He's just waiting for another employment who can give him good salary. So in the meantime, he needs this job. So he gets up, he goes there. So he takes the action of going to work. He does his job well. If he doesn't do the job, he gets a boot. He gets terminated. So he has to do his job. 9 to 5 does his job. And he puts his concentration on the job, though he regrets it. But emotionally, he's not attached to the company. Emotionally, he's not attached to the job. He doesn't have a passion. First opportunity, he gets another employment, is out of the door. So in that situation, he's working on a plane of responsibility. What responsibility? That he has to put food on the table of the family. He needs a job temporarily until he gets another. Merely on responsibility he's working. So in such a situation, a proper leader will be able to understand by looking at him, well, by interacting with him on a daily basis, he understands the person is having some emotional disparity. He's been all okay for the last 5, 6, 10 years of employment. The last couple of months, he's not been there emotionally. Something is happening. An employee will be able to, an employer, sorry, will or a leader would be able to identify that shortcoming and take necessary steps to safeguard the employee's interest in the organization. Remember, he's been working there for years. Probably the last couple of months been feeling like this. So in such a situation, the employee will not be doing more than what he's supposed to do. He will not be at his optimum capability and potential. He's just doing enough not to get in trouble with the employer, with the leader. He'll just do enough to get his salary, and off he goes at 5 o'clock, and he doesn't feel the sense of attachment, a sense of belonging in the organization. So this is what Meraki Science and Transformation has the ingredients, or rather the recipe, to basically align the mind, emotions, and propel result-driven action in order to give maximum output of a employee or human resource, so to speak. All right. So therefore, What is this all about? What we are trying to do is that you can give increments to your downlights, to your employees. You can give or you could give them commendations, you can give them trips, you can give them incentives. End of the day, leadership means developing people who we are leading. It's developing the thought process, developing the emotional orientation, and propelling result driven action to make them feel that they're achieving somebody. The sense of accomplishment is the greatest gift a person can get. Put yourself in that position. If somebody gives you an opportunity to develop yourself, make you feel good, the adrenaline rush, the oxytocin, the dopamine, the serotonin, all these neurochemicals in your mind gets activated and you feel good. When you feel good, you put more than you would in an employment. And your ability to contribute is great. See, this called, see, we look at the functional ability that is on the screen. In today's complex and competitive economic environment, human capital cannot be evaluated merely on educational attainment and experiences, but rather it must include various other prevailing skills, acumen, aptitude, which delivers a more holistic human capability metrics in determining the ability to contribute. Your ability to contribute just doesn't mean it comes from the education. It doesn't mean that it comes from the years of experience. Let me give you another example here so that we can hone in the message here. Let's say a highly qualified CEO from one of the Ivy Leagues, Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, let it be any top university, let me not name them, top university, has experience of 20 years, highly in demand CEO, has made landmark business development initiative worldwide knows him. Today he's leaving his house and he's one fine day he's going to office and he gets a call from his wife and he picks up the call and the wife says, hi dear, I went for a medical test today. And he said, yeah, I know, how was it? The doctors believe that I may have a tumor but it's not sure yet. What do you think would be the situation, the mental and emotional orientation of the person, of the CEO, hearing the wife saying the doctor suspect that she has a malignant or a tumor after a simple medical test, a periodic medical test she went for? Entire system will go down. For a moment, he'll be a zombie. Even if a secretary walks in and gives him simple letter to read, he will not be able to spell it because mentally he's been disturbed, emotionally he's been disoriented. But so where does the education go? All the Ivy League education certificates. Where does the experience of 20 years? A man has seen challenges, has built companies, sitting in a high position. But today, one emotional news from his wife has broken him. Until the problem is resolved, he will not be the same CEO. He will not be able to work at his optimum potential. Can you just resonate with that situation? So it's not all education experience. You must have the structure, you must have the methodology and strategies how to face challenges that is thrown at you. So leaders, we must train, we must teach, we must coach the people that we are leading to actually overcome and manage challenges that comes to us on a daily basis, especially in the last 2 years. That's a huge challenge for all mankind. Yeah. So this is where we must train them. Okay, there. New age leadership is a shift in underlying leadership strategy and focus. It's like you have to develop and cultivate mental and emotional resilience. Remember, I told you how to overcome challenges when we cannot run away from, keep ourselves away from challenges, away from problems, away from negative thoughts, sabotaging behavior. Yes, it's all part and parcel of humanity. But how do you overcome and manage it? What kind of skill? That is important. And how do you take result driven action? Always take action from the moment we get up in the morning, but is it result driven action in congruence to your thought and emotion, which is aligned towards the desired outcome? There is methodologies and strategies and processes. This is what we must learn and then teach to those we will leading. Once we have developed that resilience, that's when we get enhanced functional ability. The employee will be able to function with the optimum level. That's where optimum human potential and capability is achieved. Yeah. So when you're able to build human capital, you're basically building society. When you build society, from the society is where you will get your pool of employees from, and those are the people who build the organization, and the nation gets built. So where do you start? It's in the mind, emotion, Okay, so therefore, the new age leadership, we're getting down. Start with concentrating on developing people to ensure sustainability. Anything that you do, any initiative, let it be green energy, let it be sustainable energy, let it be economic development, all those things, financial development, and all that. It has to start with individuals within a society, within a nation, and then it will grow into global. You have to start micro, and no initiative can achieve sustainability. Remember, you can start it, whether it will be sustainable, whether it will bring the return on your, I mean, you'll be able to achieve the desired outcome. It's a different question, yeah. In the desired outcome, no initiative can achieve sustainability in the desired outcome if it does not start and involve the development, cultivation, and augmentation of the mind, emotion, action of the people. Remember, we are human beings. We are the greatest biological machines. Our mind is our greatest workshop. If you do not know how to control and program our mind, especially when we are challenged, we will become weak in times of challenges. A great leader will have the strength, will have the skills, that methodology and strategy of helping the people that is leading. When you see them going down, it's nothing wrong being challenged. We all are challenged with problems. You should pull that person up so that he's able to achieve his potential, highest potential. When a person is able to achieve his highest potential and capability, that's the greatest achievement that a person will feel, more than the incentives that he's receiving from the employer. So, Meraki Science of Transformation is a step-by-step process that propounds the practical methodologies, strategies of consciously aligning and orientating the mind, emotion, action in congruence to the desired outcome. It could be corporate outcome, it can be family outcome, a society's outcome, whatever it is, whoever is leading it, in order to achieve the intended result. Sorry, I just went a little further. Wait, one moment. Okay, so yeah, we are done with that. So I just, before I end it, I just wanted to share this with you. Let me see whether I can get this going. Wait, one moment, please. I'm having a little difficulty with it. Okay, it's supposed to be a video, it's not coming out. I wanted to show this video because it resonates with the development of the mind, emotion, how it actually develops a person in that way. But it's all right. Let me try one more time. Yeah. Okay. Just give me a second. I just get a technical help. Just
Mr. Dave, I think there is a technical difficulty as the microphone just shut down, and so does the camera, and so does the PowerPoint.
yeah, I'm coming in. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, I'm just sharing something. Yeah, just give me a second.
Sure.
This is Zainab. Can you? Is it visible? The video? Can you watch the video? Can you see it?
Yes, Mr. Dave, we can watch.
Okay, I'll proceed. Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome. Hello. Welcome to America's Got Talent. What's your name? I'm Cody. Hi, Cody. I'm Cody. How old are you? I am 22 years old. Yeah.
Who are you, miss? Who are you?
I'm Mom.
Oh,
I'm
hi,
Tina
Mom.
Lee. Hi, Tina. How are you? So, what are you going to do here for us today? I'm going to sing a song for you on the piano. I love it. Tina, tell us a little bit about Cody. Cody is blind and autistic. We found out that he loved music really early on. He listened to his eyes just went huge, and he started singing. And that's when I was in tears, because that's when I realized, oh my gosh, he's an entertainer. So through music and performing, he was able to withstand living in this world. Because when you're autistic, it's really hard to do what everybody else does. It actually has.
Mr. Dave, unfortunately, we can't hear the sound from the video. It has gone silent. We still can't see anything as it has paused. But as there is a technical difficulty on the video, I think we can move on towards the end or the conclusion from your end, Mr. Dave. Mr. Dave, are you able to hear me?
Okay, no worries. Thank you, Zainab. Okay, maybe for some other time. All right. Okay. Just before I finish. All right, the video that I wanted to share moments ago, ladies and gentlemen, it was a leadership by the mother. This Cody Lee is autistic, as the mother has stated, and is blind. How the mother led a child he's 22, 24 now. At that time, he's 21, 21, something like that. He just said. Led the son, trained him, taught him, guided him. It's not easy teaching. Yeah, he's autistic and blind, and led him towards his achievement. End of the day, he sang the song. He's quite a prominent singer in the US, and he won the American Got Talent at the period of time. How that happened. So leadership does not mean an organization. Leadership means it can also include, not only include, in fact, includes family, parents, brothers, elders in the family, society, leaders of community, then nations, and of course the economic entity that is the business. All right. So here the mother, if you had seen the movie, it's available on YouTube, you can have a look at it, you'll be able to understand, resonate better. The mother was leading, even the child went and sat, Cody went and sat at the computer table, and on the piano table, and he was about to play. The mother gave him a note of encouragement. The mother knew that though he's autistic, there are certain things in emotion that drives him to achieve. The son likes to hear people clapping, cheering him, so she concentrates on that strength and made him achieve whatever a boy who's autistic and blind is able to achieve. Great singer, and all the judges have given him acclaimed him greatly. So that's the point that I wanted to concentrate on. So having said that, I'm going to end my presentation, and I was at the slides. Let me end the slide before call it a day. Yep. Let me move on to my final slide. All right. So So basically, that's my LinkedIn page. You can connect with me. I'd love to hear from you. And those who want to know more about Meraki Science of Transformation can get in touch with Al Qoud Foundation, Enterprise, Events and Management. And wish you all the very best in leadership. Thank you very much, Zainab, Khalid, and everybody here, and all the acclaimed speakers and audiences. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day ahead. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dave, for sharing with us your presentation and also with the insights on leadership. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you so much.
And now we would like to move on to the next speaker, which is Dr. AbdelGadir Warsama. Dr. AbdelGadir is the founder and CEO of Dr. AbdelGadir Warsama Consultancy, SPC. He is an expert in giving legal consultation, advocacy, advisory, and research work to many clients, including local and international financial institutions, individual bodies, and corporate entities for more than 40 years. He is a regular writer of articles and research papers in many newspapers and legal reviews, and has published several books covering legal, banking, corporate issues, and have covered conferences and seminars covering the same. And now, at this stage, I would like to welcome Dr. AbdelGadir onto the stage. The floor is now yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الأمين ومن تبعه بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. شكرا جزيلا. Thanks Zainab and Khalid, and thanks to all the people with us here this day. It's a pleasure to be invited to speak in this important conference. And in addition to what has been said by our speakers all the morning, I will cover some legal points regarding sustainable energy and leadership also. Sustainable energy, I will talk about it at the global level and at the local level. Okay. We have had the Glasgow conference just few days back. All the world was there, all presidents were there, and all were talking about the need for sustainable energy. It becomes an imminent need. This reminds me of what happened after the Second World War. All people, all leaders were talking about peace, the need for peace in the world. However, they did not just stop talking, continue talking. They also issued a law for forming the United Nations. Now also, I ask our presidents, our leaders, we need a law, we need a convention, an international convention to take care of sustainable energy, to take care of all issues in relation to energy and weather change, all environment, all those things. We need a law. We need a convention to be followed by all countries. Just like, as I mentioned, we have had the United Nations law. Now the agency is there and it is operating under a law and everyone is following that law. The United Nations issued so many conventions so many conventions. There were so many big issues regarding, for example, the sea. What is inland water? What is international water? How to use that? Big powers were in trouble regarding this. However, at the end, the United Nations issued a law for the law of the sea. This is now controlling every inch of the sea in the world. Every country knows its boundaries, and everyone knows where are the international waters. We need the same like this. We need this, not just talking. We need our leaders to go a step forward for putting a convention. Regarding the local role, I was really very impressed by the presentation given by Dr. Mirza, Dr. AbdulHussain Mirza. He is really, he puts very good views regarding how Bahrain, how we are going to tackle this. This is very good. But still also in Bahrain, we need a law, not just talking and planning. Yes, we have planning. This is very important. We have discussions among all ministers, among all departments, among all people. But moreover, we need a law. We need law in Bahrain to cater for this. Because such thing, you need to regularize and you need to penalize people who are not following. This is the importance of the role this is the important role of the law, to regularize and to penalize. And here comes the leadership. The leadership comes if you have the law. Everything. And apart from the law for Bahrain, each organization also to have its own regulations for sustainable energy. We have the national level, and we should have also the separate organizations, ministries, departments, everything. As an example for this, we have the money laundering law in Bahrain for all. But each bank got its own regulation for money laundering, how to apply money laundering, how to proceed, how to go along. So the same process we need here. We need a law in Bahrain to have the general rules, general views regarding conservation of sustainable energy. What is sustainable energy? We need to define. We need to define what is sustainable energy. Everyone is talking about sustainable energy. But what is it? We have to have definition for that. And if we have definition, then people will be obliged to follow the definition. But if we don't have a definition, if they ask me why you are not following, I will say I have different definition. I am not thinking this is sustainable energy. I have other views. We have to have a consensus regarding this. And this we can have it by law. We can have it by law to give very clear definition what is sustainable energy and what are the organs, what everything to be followed regarding this. So, as I said, in Bahrain, we have, alhamdulillah, very, very beautiful views from the Sustainable Energy Organization, Dr. AbdulHussain Mirza. We have to push that. We have to support him. The government should issue a law, and all organizations should also have their own laws. That is very important. That is very important. Once we have this in operation, once we agree on this, then the role of leadership will be easy. Because part of the proper leadership is to have the law for regulation. Once you have the law for regulation, then here comes the leadership. Comes the leadership of the state, of the country, Kingdom of Bahrain, by issuing a good law, and every ministry, every organization by having its own regulations. And this is leadership. This is proper leadership, step by step, and everyone knows Everyone knows it is role. Moreover, in the law also, we have to have awareness for the people. Awareness for the people regarding consumption of energy and opting for sustainable energy. Now people are not aware which is good, which is not good. Only people maybe they are saying if you go for solar energy, it is easier, it is cheaper. It is something more than that. It is something more than that. It is not just the money factor. There are so many other factors in relation to this. And this will also be explained in regulations, in the law and regulations, proper regulations for full awareness. Everyone should know his role. Every entity, every NGO to know its role and how they are going to contribute, to maintain the sustainability of the new ideas, new views. In Glasgow, Sheikh Salman, our prince, our crown prince, he puts rules, he puts views also regarding the role of Bahrain in the coming years, because Bahrain is part of the world and we are all supposed to work together. Okay, this needs awareness to implement this. Every citizen is responsible for that. Everyone is responsible. And this by awareness, by having proper regulations, by having full details regarding everything. Moreover, I am talking about the law. What is the meaning of law? Law means rules to regulate certain issue. We have here the issue of sustainable energy and issues related to it. However, in any law, there is penalty. If there is no penalty, there is no law. Earlier, people were talking about the danger of smoking. Don't smoke, please. Smoking is dangerous for your health. They put so many advertisements. They stopped advertisements for cigarettes, for smoking, but nobody was taking care of. Nobody was listening. But once there is a law, everyone was pinned down to follow the law, because everyone knows if he breaks this rule, there is penalty. There is penalty for him, irrespective of the penalty. But having the teeth to bite, this is for the law. The law always is having the teeth to bite. This is very important. In the law, we will put that if we have this energy as part, sustainable energy as part of our policy and regulation in Bahrain, and as part of our role in the global arena, also we have to tell everyone, please put your hand with us to implement such policy, and also everyone to know if he is breaking this, he will be penalized for the sake of the society, for the sake of the world, the whole world. It is not just Bahrain. If we control weather and the new issues regarding weather issues all over the world, if we control it here in Bahrain, if controlled in other countries, then the whole system will be changed. So it is the role of everyone. It is the role of everyone. Everyone is having part of that. And for the penalty, we need effective penalty. We need effective penalty so that people really to know this is something very serious and it is needed. We are endangering our lives. We are endangering the life for the coming generations. Our globe. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, la tufsidu fil ard. Instruction from Allah in all religions. La tufsidu fil ard. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this, you have to keep your place clean. You have to keep your environment clean. You have to preserve everything. Don't do bad thing, because you will be affected and others also will be affected. Now also, when we put the general law, every department, as I said, to have its own policies. We have to have new policies for construction. We have to have new policies for industry. We have to have new policies for agriculture, for any sector, even for tourism. What we have to do to promote tourism and at the same time to preserve environment and to use sustainable energy. All this is needed. All this is needed. Now, in industries, they have to control waste, they have to control fumes, they have to control leakages of water, of bad oil, of this. All this should be controlled. I do remember some years back, I was in Rome. I visited Fiat car factory. In fact, till I entered the factory, I was not aware that this is the factory of the biggest company for cars in Italy. No sign. The place is very clean. It is shining. And the people are working inside, producing hundreds of cars every hour, but nothing, because they were keeping the environment. They are working under rules and the regulations and their guidance, and they know if they are not following this, then they will be punished for that. Also, alhamdulillah, here in Bahrain, we have also some institutions in industry. They are also taking care of the environment. They're taking care of the sustainable energy, and we want the whole process to go along with this. Now, I have spoken about the importance of penalties, not just in the law to mention penalties. Also, we need rewards. This is life. This is human being nature. You penalize and you reward in everything in our life. من يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يرى ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يرى. If you do a very small bad thing, you have to be responsible. If you do a very good thing, you have to be rewarded. You have to be rewarded for that. We have to have also in our law, in our regulations, we have to look for incentives. We have to give rewards for any place, any person, any party, any department that is following the new rules, that's implementing the new rules, that puts good leadership for sustainable energy. We have to give them rewards for that. Maybe, for example, exemption from VAT. Now we have this issue of VAT. Maybe we exempt any products that relate to sustainable energy to be 100% exempted from VAT. This is just an example. Another very important thing. What about also giving special loans? Last month, I published an article about green finance. Now we have to go for this. This is part of the supporting the sustainable energy, green finance by banks. Well, alhamdulillah, also here in Bahrain, we have our two big banks, BBK and NBB. They have devoted some part of their capital, of their debit credit portfolio. They devoted part of that for solar energy. This is a very good step. It is not just for solar energy. We want green finance to cater for everything, not to finance any construction unless they are following sustainable energy rules, not to finance any industry unless they are following sustainable energy rules, and so on and so forth. So by doing this, by giving such incentives, we are going to promote, we are going to encourage people to do that. We have, this will have very good effect. This will have very good effect on that. Now, as I have said, we are talking about in this conference about leadership. Leadership is needed. However, the best leadership needs best regulations and best laws. And through the law, through the regulations, implementation, then you will have you will open the room, you will open the door for good, sustainable leadership. And in leadership, in addition to the law, in addition to regulations, we have to have certain things in each leader. Dr. AbdulHussain, he puts so many leaders in the world. Also, we have many leaders here in Bahrain. We have many leaders in Bahrain. Any leader should be honest and should be having enough power to perform his duties. All religions are talking about this. Husn al-khuluq, good behavior, good conduct, good morale. Our Prophet Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Quran, Allah Jalla Jalaluhu يقول حسن الخلق أنت حسن الخلق. أيضا في in another part of the Quran for bint Sayyidina Musa, the lady of Sayyidina Musa, when she was talking to her father to employ Nabiullah Musa, she said to him, the best one you can hire is the honest and able person. So those are things which we need for our leadership. We have very good examples in this. We know those. We know the history of many people, many leaders who have changed the world, and because they have the charisma, because they have the courage, because they have the honesty, because they have the intention to lead in a very good way, not just for themselves, but for the society and for the whole world. And by combining good leadership and by combining good regulations and laws at the international level in conventions and at the local level in each part in Bahrain, we can lead. We can properly lead sustainable energy for the betterment of the people now and for the betterment of our coming generations. And I hope for Bahrain to go a step forward into enacting proper laws and regulations so that to put things in action and to give a lesson in leadership for other countries. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity, and I'm ready. If you have any questions, any point regarding what I have said regarding the laws, you can email me. You have the email, everything, and most welcome. Again, I give my thanks to Khalid and to Zainab and to all the people in corporate social responsibility for giving me the opportunity, and for all of you who are following us. And let us hope the best for the best leadership in now and for our coming future. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. AbdelGadir, for your truly inspiring words and also recommendations. Thank you very much. And now, before we head on to, or before I present the stage on to Mr. Khalid Al Qoud to deliver his closing remarks, I would like to say a short description on him. So Mr. Khalid Al Qoud is an international speaker, an entrepreneur, a leadership expert, and a business consultant with over 20 years of experience in the industry. He has founded, led, and developed several local and international organizations, and yet remains to be an active member in numerous initiatives. He has also been invited on several occasions to manage both private and government-supported events. Mr. Khalid Al Qoud is the founder and chairman of Al Qoud Foundation, the founder and chairman of Bahrain Corporate Social Responsibility Society, and also a board member of the National Committee for Combating Trafficking in Person. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Khalid Al Qoud onto the stage to deliver his closing remarks.
Thank you, Zainab, and good afternoon to everyone else joining us in today's conference. And first, I would like to thank everyone who joined us today, and a special thanks to His Excellency Dr. AbdulHussain Bin Ali Mirza, the Minister and the President of the Sustainable Energy Authority in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And also I would like to thank all the speakers who joined us today in this 6th edition of the Bahrain International Leadership Conference. And today we have tackled many aspects of the sustainable developments and also the leadership concepts in the region where we are. And also I wanted to add that it's very important that we focus on the human capital of the sectors who's serving us nowadays. The pandemic didn't do justice to the businesses around us, and the one thing that people was focusing on is to reduce the human capital. And also we find out that that was one of the worst and the not right decision that's been taken by the private sector and other sectors, especially that this also is making the organizations lose the knowledge that was collectively earned by those people who is our asset as a human capital. Also, it's very much important that nowadays we should also focus on the organizational culture and how we can also improve the organizational culture in a way that it's best serving the growth of the organization, along with measuring the impact of the strategies that was built by the organization. And another thing which I would like also to tackle as in the closing of today is that nowadays we should also not to forget that relationships and networking through businesses and merging businesses is one of the key for successful growth. It's not anymore visible that you run your business by yourself and your team. Without the collaboration with the financial sectors and service providers and many others who can also serve in building your organizational, let's say, service chain, it won't be visible to grow at the right direction. So I would like to leave you with that. Business growth, and especially the Leadershift conference, and is focusing on the collaborations of the growth of the individuals, organizations, and also private and government sectors. So that can be successfully done if we are focusing in our human capital, organizational culture, and also putting a sustainable growth and measuring the impact of all the processes that we are doing. At the end of today's conference, I would like to wish you all a very beautiful journey in everything that you do. Until we meet you again on the 7th edition of the Bahrain International Leadership Conference, I wish everyone a very successful year ahead. And we are approaching the new year. So I wish you from now a new year, a happy new year, full of joy and success and achievements. And don't forget, it's the time for you now to plan for next year and make it a successful year for you. Understand that the challenges will come and will knock your door without you welcome them. The world is moving fast. Keep your expectation faster. The world is moving in a very, we call it unexpected waves. Understand that you are in charge of making the plans and the plan B and C and all the plans that is associated with you're not going to stop your business have to be there and visible for everyone. So till I meet you once again, wish you a beautiful day and thank you all. Special thanks goes to Zainab Abdullah for being the master of ceremony for today. Many thanks for Wilma from Bali for being the associated also host for today and serving us on her weekend. Many thanks for the Global Training Federation for their support in posting and hosting our conferences. And also a big thank you for the Directive Communications led by His Excellency Arthur Carmazzi and his team. Many thanks to the Sustainable Energy Authority for their outstanding support. Many thanks for Prince Events Management's team for making this events a reality. Many thanks for our sponsors, and many thanks for the speakers. Without you, this event wasn't going to be as successful. Thank you once again, and have a wonderful day. And this conference is reached to the end.